Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Topping your Fox 45 Early Edition newscast, we are weather alert for dangerous heat. This will be the fourth day in a row that the Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits here today. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Columbia, Towson. Stick with Fox 45 all morning long as we continue to track this heat wave here. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for waking up with us on this Wednesday, September 6th. I'm Megan Gillen. We do want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at those temperatures and when we're going to start feeling it, Justin.
Yeah, good morning, Meg. Already seeing those temperatures that haven't really cooled off too much here this morning, similar to what we saw yesterday morning. And we do have the weather alert day for that dangerous heat and humidity for another day. More of those record high temps on the way. Definitely today you want to find ways to try to stay cool and stay out of that heat. That heat advisory, it starts at noon. It goes all the way until 7 o'clock. All of us here in the orange. So pretty much everybody except some of the eastern shore counties are in that heat advisory for today. Either way, all of us are going to be heating up. Here's the numbers right now. Low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Cockeysville. 75 in Baltimore City. 76 your temp in Annapolis right now. And you can see on your morning drive, probably going to need that AC as you're heading out. We definitely will stay dry today, but a little bit more humid, which is going to make those heat index values rise. And that's why we'll remain in weather alert for today. We do have some good news in terms of cooler temperatures by the time we head toward the weekend. We'll talk about that coming up.
They're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Residents frustrated as a summer of violence continues to rage on in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it. This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding accountability when it comes to the Brooklyn Day mass shooting investigation and the juvenile crime issues in Maryland. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, we have live team coverage on that push. Shannon Lilly will share a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime. And Olivia Dance will be live with a deep dive into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the investigation. Prosecutors across the state are taking issue with two laws, including the Juvenile Justice Reform Act, which prevents children 13 and under from being charged with most crimes. And then there's the Child Interrogation Protection Act, and that keeps police from questioning juveniles without a parent and attorney present. Elsewhere in the city, a big win for homeowners as the Maryland Public Service Commission says it is now up to residents to decide where gas meters are installed.
Bottom line, the choice is yours of what you want. That is what we've been fighting for, and that is what we earned today.
The Public Service Commission also ruling yesterday that declining an exterior regulator is not a valid reason to shut off or threaten to shut off service. But even with a definitive ruling from the Public Service Commission, the class action lawsuit against BGE is not being dropped by several hundred Baltimoreans. They are instead planning to amend their suit.
We just want to make sure they actually do it. And until we see in writing that BG&E has adopted the spirit and substance of what the commission has ordered them to do, we're not in a position to just trust them that they will do the right thing.
In a statement to Fox 45 News, BGE said the safety of their customers drives every decision they make. The company stands by its recommendation that outdoor gas regulators are a safer option. The utility company thanked the Maryland Public Service Commission for allowing customers to choose. It is important to note that the ruling from the PSC applies to single-family homes. Any building with 6 or more units is required to have external regulators. Turning now to counties under pressure 1 month after 37-year-old Rachel Morin was found dead on a popular walking trail in Bel Air. Her family is turning to a criminal profiler for help. Earlier yesterday, the Harford County Sheriff's Office told Fox 45 News that they are currently looking at leads in Chicago, but declined to explain why. It comes after investigators already revealed DNA from Rachel's crime scene was a match for an unsolved home invasion and assault in Los Angeles back in March. However, the images released of the suspect do not show his face. Morin's family has requested the help of profiler Pat Brown to provide a written description of the suspect instead.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air. And this is why it's so important for the community to identify this man, because he will commit the crime again.
The reward for any information leading to an arrest was recently raised to $10,000. Anyone who would like to submit a tip is asked to call the Harford County Sheriff's Office or email rmtips@harfordsheriff.org. In Aberdeen, a 19-year-old and 2 juveniles are facing charges for multiple shootings that could be connected to gangs. In one of the incidents, 19-year-old Jameer Jones and a 17-year-old are accused of opening fire on a family in front of their home, hitting the family's car, the front of their house, and firing a bullet into a room where a baby and her mother were resting. The 17-year-old is being charged as an adult. The Baltimore County Fire Department enters into a consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice. The consent decree is the result of charges saying the department violated the rights of its employees by subjecting 11 female employees to a hostile work environment. The complaint was filed in June of 2017. Under the terms of the consent decree, the department will create new DOJ-approved policies and investigation processes, among other things. The county will also pay $275,000 to those 11 employees. This comes on the heels of a vote of no confidence from the Baltimore County Fire Union after a 16-page report outlined a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training.
Fire Chief Joanne Rund was the only one to survive the vote. Union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against the assistant chief and deputy chief. The Burning Man Festival saga continues. How those once stranded in the Nevada desert are doing in their journey home. And today we are on weather alert for extreme heat. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when the record temperatures move out and the cooler temperatures move in. It is 4:37 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
4:39 is your time right now. We are weather alert again today for more of that record-breaking heat, the dangerous heat and humidity. We actually will see heat index values. It could be a little warmer or hotter than what we saw yesterday. So definitely a day where you want to try to find ways to stay cool and stay out of that heat. Definitely the sunglasses, no need for the jacket or the umbrella. However, as we get into tomorrow, we are going to be tracking some more showers and thunderstorms. That will help to bring some relief to all of that heat. So out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. We're staying in the mid-70s, kind of warm this morning. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing now, Tropical Storm Lee is forming in the Atlantic Ocean, and forecasters predict that this one will become a major hurricane. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says Lee will strengthen into an extremely dangerous hurricane by Friday, but it is not expected to make landfall then. The storm is moving over very warm waters and will pass just northeast of the Caribbean region. Lee is the 12th named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Beyond hurricanes, the U.S. has been a great deal of wicked weather, has seen that great deal of wicked weather this summer. Late last week, heavy rains and flooding left those attending the Burning Man Festival in Nevada stranded, and now they're working on getting out. Traffic began flowing Monday afternoon from the festival's location in the Black Rock Desert there. Then organizers urging attendees to delay their exit to help traffic, causing wait times to considerably drop yesterday. Several car manufacturers are failing data privacy tests after the break, what they're doing with your data. Plus, cheap flights might be back for the fall, how these airfares are comparing to previous years. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, an alarming jump in the U.S. deficit. A leading economist joins us to discuss what this means for you and your family. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It's 4:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, several car manufacturers are failing when it comes to data privacy. A study from the Mozilla Foundation found major manufacturers say they may sell customers' data or provide it to the government and law enforcement without a court order. All 25 car brands reviewed the organization failed to meet minimum privacy standards. Cars received the worst scores compared to other products such as fitness trackers, smart speakers, and reproductive health apps. Travelers experiencing major delays traveling between Boston and New Haven, Connecticut on Amtrak due to downed trees on the tracks. Footage of a train station in Providence, Rhode Island shows riders stranded, waiting for service to pick up again. As of yesterday evening, Amtrak was reporting train service in the Northeast Corridor to be up to 2 hours late for certain rides. Now to some good news for travelers as we take you live to Midway Airport. This is in Chicago as cheaper flight prices are making a comeback this fall. The Wall Street Journal reports that airfare discounts are popping up as more people return to work and as students head back to school. They say this follows a 2-year period of high-priced flight tickets due to travel demand. The report cites travel company Hopper, which found flight rates for this fall are down 10% from 2019. Hopper also says domestic airplane prices for September and October dropped 29% compared to the average prices of the peak of this summer. 4:46, and we are weather alert today due to dangerous heat. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been following this for us and talking about how high.
And the humidity, too. That's the big thing. We're going to add a little bit more humid air in today, so it's going to feel even hotter. Got to just really prepare for that, you know, when you think about all the outdoor stuff you want to do and practices and games and things taking place in the afternoon that we typically are doing for fall because we're in meteorological fall. Well, yeah, we still have that summer heat that we've got to get through. So our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, everything looking good right now, looking right down at York Road, and our temperatures are still mild. It's actually a little cooler than it was yesterday morning. We'll take what we can get at this point. 75 your temp in Towson. Notice that dew point at 69 degrees, and the dew point temperatures are going to hang in the 60s today. We're actually going to see those dew point numbers climb into Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's the indication of that next weather maker that's going to be bringing in some showers and storms, but our air temperatures come down a little bit. So Thursday's still going to be hot and humid before those numbers will start to come back down. And you can see what's going on with our heat index values. This is why, and one of the reasons that we've got the heat advisories out there for the weather alert day, because a lot of us are going to be in the low to mid 100s in terms of feels like temperatures for the afternoon. That's what you have to kind of factor in for what your body basically feels when it's outside. Now, this is tomorrow afternoon after the showers and storms start coming through. So definitely things will be a little bit nicer, especially as we get some of that relief with that storm system making its way in. So for hot weather safety, this is what we usually talk about in June and July, but obviously to stay hydrated, the loose and lightweight clothing, especially as you get the kids out to school today. None of those dark shirts, maybe the lighter Raven shirts or O's shirts. Taking the breaks in the shade or in the AC, and you also want to check on neighbors and make sure those pets stay inside and watered as well. This big heat dome basically will start to break down a little bit tomorrow as we get our next weather maker. We got a couple of areas of high pressure here. It's definitely keeping us hot and humid. But as we look toward next week, these are the long-term outlook or the 8 to 14-day temp outlook here. And you can see our below average numbers are coming in full force by next week. Now, it's not going to be cool, but by relative terms, it will be cooler because we will see those below average numbers next week. So if you do want to get to the pool today, if you still have the pool open, we're looking at mid 80s by 10 a.m., but upper 90s again in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And remember that UV index in that high category. Some of us officially are going to hit that 100-degree mark. Officially at Baltimore, looking still at about 99, right near that triple-digit mark. But all of us in the upper 90s here and some low triple digits, even down through D.C. 97 in Philly. If you're heading down the ocean, 87 there in Ocean City for the afternoon. Here's our future scan. So another dry day, even though it will be more humid. This is all ahead of that next weather maker. That's the cold front that's coming in tomorrow afternoon. But before all that happens, again, the heat and humidity will be building. Could get some strong to severe thunderstorms here between about 3 and 7 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, and then another round of showers and storms on Friday as this frontal boundary kind of stalls out and hangs around. So we'll have unsettled weather for Thursday, Friday, and even into Saturday as well. And then looking ahead toward the Ravens game, which is in 4 days from right now, actually not looking too bad. Maybe a few showers out there. Autumnal equinox can't come soon enough, right? That first day of fall, just 17 days away. But here's our 7-day forecast. So weather alert day today. We're still going to be hot and humid on Thursday with a better chance of those storms in the afternoon to bring us some relief. And then we'll keep that chance for storms into Friday and Saturday. Notice on Sunday for the Ravens game, still going to be in the mid-80s. It'll still be warm, and with that cloud cover around, a couple of scattered showers still left over. By the time the O's get back to town next Monday, our temperatures stay in the 80s, but we will be drier. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Nearly a dozen Baltimore City schools will dismiss early again today. The 11 impacted schools do not have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have AC systems installed in all schools this school year. They say schools will have AC by the end of this school year. Cooling centers, meantime, all across Baltimore will be open once again today. The City Department of Aging is running multiple sites, including the Hereford Senior Center and the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center. Those cooling areas are open from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Those who are homeless can cool off and add beans and bread from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And the Housing Authority will open a center for city residents. That's at the Cherry Hill Homes from 8:30 to 4. All right, taking a look at our Lens Solar traffic network now this morning. Live cameras showing extremely light traffic out there at this early hour. Great time to get up and head out. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Austin Todd with the MTA joining us this morning. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Megan. Not a bad start to our Wednesday morning, but of course it is still pretty early. No major delays on the light rail system right now. Everything is operating on schedule from Hunt Valley all the way down to BWI. Metro Subway is on time this morning as well. They're getting started at 5 a.m. On the MARC train, no major delays right now, but we will definitely have some heat-related speed restrictions later this afternoon with this extreme heat. That's going to be on the Camden and Brunswick line, so riders should expect delays of at least 15 to 20 minutes. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
All right, Austin, thank you. AI regulation is underway on Capitol Hill. Coming up, how lawmakers are developing that framework.
A new poll showing a neck-and-neck race for the White House. What factors are most dividing Biden versus Trump supporters? I'm Scott Duman in Washington with a look coming up.
It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Topping your election 2024 news, Baltimore businessman Bob Wallace announces he is forming an exploratory committee and expects to run for mayor. He ran as an independent candidate in the last mayoral election. He has been an outspoken community leader since. In April, Fox 45 News spoke to Wallace ahead of Mayor Scott's State of the City address.
The city is in a crisis. You hear it in the voices of the people. The mayor needs to acknowledge that and let people know I have a plan.
Well, Mayor Brandon Scott says he plans to run for re-election. Former Mayor Sheila Dixon has also hinted at a mayoral run, but so far, no one else has officially joined the race. Turning now to the 2024 presidential election. Election Day is only 14 months away, and voters are paying close attention to the race. Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman taking us through what could be the deciding factors next November.
In a divided nation, there's understandably a clear line of differences between the top White House contenders, but new numbers show disappointment for President Biden. Donald Trump, now 4 times indicted, twice impeached, and twice having lost the popular vote, is even with the incumbent at 46%, according to the Wall Street Journal, largely due to Biden's age, questions over his mental acuity, and his record, though he's trying desperately to change that.
When the last guy was here, he looked at the world from Park Avenue. I look at it from Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Fixing supply chains.
And spending $25 million on ads airing during football games and elsewhere to bolster voters' faith in so-called Bidenomics, even as 58% say the economy's gotten worse under his leadership.
Today, inflation is down to 3%, unemployment the lowest in decades.
The polling data showing Biden may be seen as more honest and more likable, but the age issue a true handicap, 73% saying he's too old compared to only 47% for Trump.
It's not just Republicans, it is Democrats, 7 in 10, who say they're worried.
Anybody with eyes can see that Joe Biden is extremely old.
Many Democrats, too, indicating they don't want Biden as the nominee. But if it does indeed come down to these two, pundits say there could be a shift.
The vast majority of Democrats, almost 100%, very close to it, plus a sizable majority of independents, are simply not going to buy that Donald Trump should be rewarded with another 4 years in the Oval Office.
Timing is also a factor, and Donald Trump could be defending himself in multiple courtrooms just as people are voting. And also critical, the economy. Will it be improving, which would help President Biden, or will it take a turn for the worse? In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, Scott, thank you. Turning now to your consumer news. The White House says more than 4 million people have enrolled so far in President Biden's new student loan repayment plan. The SAVE plan, which stands for Saving on a Valuable Education, is an income-driven repayment plan launched earlier this summer. The 4 million includes those who were automatically transferred from the previous revised pay as you earn plan.
SAVE is the most affordable repayment plan ever and will save millions of borrowers money on their monthly payments.
Republicans criticize the plan, saying it's unfair to Americans who made choices to avoid student loan debt or worked multiple jobs to pay it back. They argue it will also encourage more people to take on debt. A group of Republican lawmakers introduced a resolution looking to end that program, though Biden would almost certainly veto it. Turning now to Capitol Hill this morning, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying he is committed to blazing a path to a regulating framework for artificial intelligence.
In the 21st century, as technology moves forward with or without us, we cannot behave like ostriches with heads in the sand when it comes to AI. We must treat AI with the same level of seriousness as national security, as job creation, as our civil liberties.
Schumer plans to kick off a series of AI forums, which he says will help inform how lawmakers craft that framework. His first forum is 1 week from today. There, tech leaders will be featured like Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and the CEO behind OpenAI's large language model ChatGPT, Sam Altman.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Day block party. Coming up next, what the mother of one of the victims is demanding as the city's handling of the case draws criticism.
Calls for change within the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, why one mom says current laws are contributing to her daughter's crime.
Another weather alert day with temperatures that are going to be breaking records. We'll be talking about when we'll see some cooler numbers on the way.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Taking you live to the Inner Harbor and Towson this morning as we are in weather alert mode because of dangerous heat. This will be the fourth day in a row that the Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits. So make sure you stay with Fox 45 all morning long as we are continuing to track this heat wave. Good Wednesday morning to you. It's September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at that hot forecast.
Yeah, had a record yesterday, almost hit 100 the last 2 days in a row, and we're going to be really close to that triple-digit mark once again today. Haven't hit the triple digit since 2020, so it's been a while. Here's a look at our Towson cam. As we look outside right now, looks fine. It's actually a little bit cooler this morning than where we were yesterday, so that is a nice little change. Dangerous heat and humidity, though, for the day with more record high temps. You definitely want to find ways to stay cool today. That heat advisory starts at noon today. Will go all the way until 7 o'clock tonight. All of us here in the orange are under that heat advisory, which is pretty much all of us in central Maryland and Cecil County. Some of our eastern shore counties not in the heat advisory, but we're warm all over the place. 60s in western Maryland. Most of us in the low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. 75 in Annapolis at this hour. So probably will need your AC on for your morning drive, but if you want to have any type of cool temperatures or coolish, got to get outside right about now because we're going to heat up. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
They're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Residents are frustrated as a summer of violence continues in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it.
This morning we have live team coverage as Fox 45 News is pushing for answers. In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly shares a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She is live with a deep dive into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and that investigation. Olivia.
Last week, the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes. The assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides.
We are not satisfied with the city patting themselves on the back, writing their own report. We're saying this must not happen again.
Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of two people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting 2 months ago.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
Now, those calling for a federal probe said they reached out to Maryland's congressional delegation almost 2 weeks ago, but so far they have not received a response. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, the Baltimore Police Department isn't the only agency facing questions about the shooting.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, confirmed Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents, saying to involved guns on the night of that shooting. They did not say where the incidents took place or how they related to the shooting. 4 teens have been arrested. Now, 2 of those suspects were wearing ankle monitors and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services. Police have not arrested anyone in the deaths of Aaliyah Gonzalez or Kylie's Fagbemi.
The Baltimore City Council will hold a second hearing on the mass shooting next week. On the same day, state lawmakers will meet to discuss juvenile crime. The mother of a 14-year-old says her own daughter needs to face consequences for stealing cars.
Kids today is taught that everything's supposed to be given to them, no matter if they break the law or not.
That mother is far from the only one voicing concern. Shannon Lilly is joining us, continuing our live team coverage this morning with the calls for change. Shannon.
Yeah, we are hearing from parents, police, and prosecutors who all say the current juvenile justice laws are keeping kids from experiencing consequences. And as a result, we continue to see crime escalate. In fact, we heard from one mom in particular who spoke to us, and she is pleading for change. She says an ankle monitor won't stop her daughter from stealing cars. So she's reiterating what we've been hearing for months. Listen.
But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. And they're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Under the new laws of the state of Maryland, it has become more difficult for police to question young people about anything.
Nothing the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable. And they're doing whatever they want.
But we also spoke with Senator Jill Carter, who's one of the architects of the juvenile justice laws, and she says police and prosecutors don't understand the laws and are missing what their role is to play.
The belief that laws need to be changed because nothing can be done is part of a false narrative that's been spread. So that's something that I don't know if it's a lack of education on law enforcement or not, but it's something that they need to know that they can avail themselves of.
Now, a criminal justice policy expert we spoke to, though, says accountability measures need to be put in place. He argues unless parameters change within the juvenile justice system, the number of young people continuing to commit crimes will grow. So it's up to lawmakers to change those parameters. And remember, the first step toward possible change is set for next week, when we are expecting lawmakers to meet for a hearing to go over these juvenile justice laws in question. Of course, we'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
That brings us to our question of the day. Who should be held accountable for the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland? Lawmakers, parents, both, or neither? So far, 97% of people who voted say both. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
1 month after Rachel Morin was murdered, her family now calling on a criminal profiler for help. Topping our next half hour, why both he and authorities now say the suspect could be a serial killer.
Our temperatures are warm this morning, and we're going to heat up again this afternoon. But we do have some relief on the way. We'll break it down for you coming up. 5:10 is your time right now. Our weather alert day will continue today and should be the last day that we weather alert. Now, we're still going to be hot and humid tomorrow, but not nearly as hot. So looking out over the Inner Harbor, looks nice right now. It is meteorological fall, but definitely summer is hanging on with those low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air, 70 in Chestertown, 75 in Annapolis. We're at 69 currently in Columbia. Definitely get the yard work done early this morning and make sure to do the watering in the morning or the evening, because look at those numbers. They're climbing again well into the upper 90s, and we'll see even a few low triple digits out there as well for your Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, right now, hundreds of officers are working around the clock to find a convicted killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center. She's got the newest images and sightings coming into the newsroom this morning.
Yeah, guys, take a good look here. This is actually coming in from the Chester County DA sharing this latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcanti. This was just taken yesterday. This is at Longwood Gardens. I'm going to scroll through some of the pictures here. They get a little small, some of them grainy, but again, this is the last sighting of him. This is not far from the original search perimeter right here. It's about 11 miles away from the prison. This is west of Philadelphia. The gardens are almost 200 acres, guys. It was closed yesterday as police searched the grounds and will be closed again today. In those images, it appears that Cavalcanti is holding items, including a backpack, a hooded sweatshirt there. We are also seeing reports that Cavalcanti escaped from the Chester County Prison last Thursday by climbing on the roof of the jail's exercise room. Authorities now advising residents to keep their doors, their cars locked, warning that Cavalcanti is extremely dangerous. Several school districts in that area now announcing they will be closed today as these search efforts continue. The FBI, along with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, they're now involved with this search, and there is a $10,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to his capture. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as soon as we get any updates in this search for a convicted killer. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Alec Murdaugh may be making his way back into a courtroom. Coming up, what prompted them to file the motion?
Plus, an indictment trial is underway in Texas. Why the 24-hour countdown is now on for both sides to present evidence and witnesses. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
Happening now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken arrives in Kyiv on an unannounced visit just hours after Russia launches its first missile attack in a week against Ukrainian capital. During his two-day visit, Blinken will likely announce a new package of U.S. assistance worth more than $1 billion. Blinken is expected to meet President Volodymyr Zelensky and Foreign Minister Dmitry Kuleba, among other senior officials, as well as civil society figures.
Making headlines this morning, a new trial is being called for convicted murderer Alec Murdaugh by his attorneys. Murdaugh's defense team says newly discovered evidence of jury tampering prompted them to file the motion. The filing states the clerk of courts advised jurors not to believe Murdaugh's testimony and other evidence presented by the defense and pressured them to reach a quick guilty verdict. Murdaugh was convicted back in March of shooting and killing his wife and son at their South Carolina home in 2021.
In Texas, an impeachment trial is underway where Republican members of the state house are making their case to the Senate.
They are claiming Attorney General Ken Paxton should be removed because he improperly used his office to benefit one of his friends, Nate Paul, a big-time real estate figure and campaign donor.
Mr. Paxton turned the keys of the Office of Attorney General over to Nate Paul so that Mr. Paul could use the awesome power of the People's Law Firm to punish and harass perceived enemies.
Well, Paul allegedly donated $25,000 to Paxton's campaign, paid for Paxton's home renovations, and then helped cover up his affair. Paul and Paxton deny these accusations. Paxton's legal team calls the trial a politically motivated sham.
There is nothing to this. Ken Paxton gave nothing of significance to Nate Paul. Nate Paul received nothing of significance from Ken Paxton. This whole case is a whole lot of nothing.
Well, now lawyers on each side have a total of 24 hours to present evidence and witnesses.
5:17, and this morning we are weather alert mode for dangerous heat. This will be a fourth day in the row. The Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures, and we can see even triple digits. Taking you live to the Inner Harbor, Columbia, and Towson, and of course you see the indicators right there on the HD radar.
As we continue to track the heat all morning long, we want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, and boy, was it hot yesterday.
But here's the deal. Can you guys feel that?
No.
No?
No.
Today is the last day without football.
Oh, yes, that is true.
I mean, that's a big thing.
Yeah.
And we have a Ravens game this Sunday. It's not going to be 99 degrees.
I was going to say,
Way to switch the subject. Do you see how he did that?
Well, I'm letting you know that, it's going to be hot. We got to get through today, and we do have a weather alert day, so that's what we're talking about, another day with that dangerous heat and humidity. But by the weekend, even though it won't be cool, it will be cooler, and we will have those temperatures back to the 80s. And O's, man, they got the win last night, so that is awesome. They're back in town on Monday next week when we also will have some cooler conditions. Let's talk about today. More record high temperatures. Today, let's see, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So today, Wednesday, more than likely going to be breaking the record for the fourth consecutive day. Definitely want to find ways to stay cool this afternoon. The orange area here that we talked about, this is a heat advisory that goes into effect at noon today and will be with us until 7 o'clock tonight. Cecil County, all of our counties here in central Maryland. The only exception is going to be for you in Kent, Queen Anne's, Caroline, and Talbot County, where you're not under the heat advisory, but all of us are getting into the heat and humidity. This is our next weather maker right there on the left side of your screen. Come on. Come on. Got to get that cold front here to get some more of the showers and storms that will be here by tomorrow, and that eventually will break this heat wave and help to bring some of those cooler numbers. You're seeing those showers and storms, Chicago and St. Louis down through Memphis. So that's going to be moving in our direction. We could actually see some severe thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon, but at least it will be cooler by the time we get later into tomorrow as well. Now, the heat index values today, widespread low triple digits. So that's what it's going to feel like for all of us today. But by the time we get to tomorrow, it should feel feel a little nicer once we get some of those storms to help kind of cool things down. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, everybody's back at it now. 74 here through 7 a.m., mid-90s through noontime, and yeah, another day close to 99 degrees or triple digits for your hot afternoon. Make sure those kids have the loose and lightweight clothing out there. Also, make sure to let them know to take breaks in the shade or in the AC. Check on your neighbors. Make sure no pets or kids or anything is in the car today because it is going to heat up. Now, golfers, if you do want to get out there and hit the links, I suggest in the next hour when the sun comes up, that's when you want to get out because we'll still be at 81 by 9 a.m. and already to the mid-90s by noon, into the upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. That high at 3 p.m. looks like Tom's Golf Store, 99. So our countdown to fall, the autumnal equinox, is coming up in 17 days from right now. So that's the official first day of fall. And don't worry, we're going to have some cooler temperatures by the time we get here. But look at these numbers today across Carroll and Baltimore counties. A couple of little triple digits trying to sneak in right there for Cockeysville, Perry, Holland, White Marsh, 99 in Baltimore City, 98 in Dundalk, upper 90s for you in Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County. Hartford and Cecil County also in the upper 90s for today. So it's that heat that just is not breaking until we get to tomorrow. If you are heading down the ocean today, still in the upper 80s there, but back to the mid 80s and even lower 80s into Thursday and Friday, some relief as well. So here's what's going on with our future scan. Large ridge of high pressure starts to shift off toward the east today, and then that is going to bring in more of a southerly flow. Here comes the cold front tomorrow, and this is going to be about 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon when we'll get some more showers, some thunderstorms that could be strong to severe between about 3 and 7 p.m. on Thursday, and then another round of showers left over into Friday, possibly Saturday, and maybe even to Sunday for that Ravens game. We'll definitely keep the clouds around. Temps will be back to the mid-80s for Sunday afternoon, and we'll see at least a potential for a few showers, but a better chance for storms again comes on Thursday and Friday. Notice those numbers finally back to the 80s as we head toward the middle of next week.
Well, nearly a dozen Baltimore City Public Schools will dismiss early again today. The 11 impacted schools do not have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have AC systems installed in all of their schools this school year. They say schools will have AC by the end of the school year. They'll be working virtually again today. Now we want to get a check on your mass transit. We have Austin Todd with the MTA. Good Wednesday morning, Austin.
Hey, Tom, good morning. Things are still pretty quiet out there right now. We're not seeing any major delays on the light rail system from top to bottom. Everything is moving along just fine. Metro Subway still operating on schedule right now as well. On the MARC train, we're off to a great start, no major delays, but we will have heat-related speed restrictions later this afternoon on the Camden and Brunswick lines. So passengers should expect delays of about 15 to 20 minutes. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin. A new bill introduced in Harford County on term limits. Still to come, a push from a councilman as next month's hearing inches closer.
The search for a killer continues 1 month after Rachel Morin was murdered along a walking trail in Harford County. Just ahead, who the family is turning to now for help. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
Now taking a look at some crazy moments caught on camera.
In Washington state, a police body camera captures some pretty daunting moments of wildfires.
Take a look at this. Deputy Morgan was out advising citizens to evacuate, but then he got caught in the middle of the fires. And as you can see, he is driving along as flames are burning on both sides of his car. Now, Deputy Morgan did finally make it to safety unharmed. The Oregon road fire still burning. That is really scary there, despite being mostly contained. Since its start, one person has died and almost 11,000 acres were damaged.
And now to Florence, Italy. Repairs coming to the famous Fountain of Neptune after a German tourist climbs on it to take a selfie. In fact, check out the video right here. You can see the tourist already has jumped over the water and climbed up onto it to take some selfies from people that are over here. He scaled that 16th century site to pose for a picture, breaking off a piece of marble in the process. The mayor of Florence says the man is facing a hefty fine after causing nearly $5,400 in damage to that fountain. Fountain of Neptune has been standing since 1574.
Well, today we're on weather alert for extreme heat. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracks when the record temps will move out and some cooler temps will move in.
And a debate over term limits is brewing in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what council members are proposing and how it's similar to what we've seen in other jurisdictions. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Wednesday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Day 4 of dangerous heat, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking it for us.
Yeah, if you were outside for any amount of time yesterday, guys, you know it, you felt it, and we're going to have to deal with that at least for one more day where we'll have that dangerous heat. That orange behind me is because of our heat advisory, which starts at noon today and will go all the way through 7 o'clock tonight. But looking outside right now, not too bad. We actually we are just a little bit cooler, lower 70s here than where we were yesterday this morning at this time. Cockeysville at 71, 72 in Towson, 73 in Baltimore City, still mid-70s in Brooklyn Park and Glen Burnie, and you can definitely feel that as you head out. So on your morning drive, we'll see those numbers in the low to mid and upper 70s for the next couple of hours. We'll see those temperatures steadily climb into the 80s by about 9 a.m., so maybe using your AC on the drive to work or school. Snowballs are going to melt pretty quickly today. We're talking about 99 for our high. We're back to the mid-90s tomorrow, and then Friday we slide to the lower 90s, but we've got thunderstorms to get through both Thursday and Friday. We'll take a closer look at that and the potential for some severe thunderstorms as well. It's all coming up in a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region. You can see roadways wide open, a couple construction zones that you're used to, nothing new this morning.
I think everybody, myself included, in the family had hoped.
We're turning now to counties under pressure. 1 month after 37-year-old Rachel Morin was found dead on a popular walking trail in Bel Air, her family now turning to a criminal profiler for help.
That criminal profiler now saying the suspect could be a serial killer. Shannon is joining us live this morning with some details about this. Shannon?
Yeah, for the search for the killer of Rachel Morin, guys, it's becoming more dire each day for the family. And so they're hoping with this criminal profiler that they can better identify the suspect's likely characteristics so that you can better identify the suspect. Right now, that expert says it's likely that this killer is a psychopath and a serial killer and is likely has ties to this area.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air.
Pat Brown there has 30 years of experience under her belt, and she is now penning a list of the perpetrator's presumed characteristics. This is all at the request of the father of Rachel's oldest child, Matthew McMahon. And it's all also after surveillance video released of the suspect shows only his back turned and face covered. So McMahon is hoping a written profile can bring more clarity, and it's now going up on flyers the family is placing around town.
Carefully examine the profile, read everything. Only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
So as you just heard, those tips are absolutely crucial. We've also received an update from the Harford County Sheriff's Office. They say they are now following leads for this suspect out of Chicago, but they have declined to explain why. Of course, we'll continue to follow this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
According to police, the suspect, who is pictured there on the left side of the screen, you see him coming out of the door, is about 5'9", 160 pounds, and of Hispanic descent. In terms of finding a DNA match, one law enforcement expert believes detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find a potential distant relative of the suspect.
The reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest has recently gone up to $10,000. If you'd like to leave a tip, you can contact Harford County Sheriff's Office or Metro Crime Stoppers.
The Harford County Council introduces a bill aimed at letting voters weigh in on term limits with a charter amendment. One councilman is pushing for 8-year limits, while others want 12 years. Olivia Dance joining us live with a closer look at the issue. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman is hoping to limit how long county leaders can stay in office, and is currently collecting signatures to get term limits on the ballot in 2024. But now Council Vice President Tony Giordano and council members Riley and Guthrie are introducing their own competing legislation. According to the bill, no person elected or appointed as a member of the county council shall be eligible for succession in the office of council member after serving in such office for 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. Penman says the proposed legislation, which doesn't directly mention pensions, seems self-serving.
Really kind of what that does is it really opens it up to be invested, be able to get benefits in retirement aspect as a council member. Currently, after 10 years, you become vested and you're able to receive 1.5% per year that you have in service.
But Councilman Guthrie, who's serving his 13th year, says it's not about pensions. He says he doesn't even really support term limits, but this bill is a compromise.
The bill that several of the members wanted to introduce to counter what's being done to be less than that. It could be confusing, but it does give the citizens a choice, and they can vote against both.
It's reminiscent to what happened in Baltimore City after voters overwhelmingly supported implementing term limits on Election Day 2022. Under the plan, the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and city council members will now be limited to 2 terms over a 12-year period. In response, Council President Nick Mosby introduced a bill that would allow city leaders to be eligible for a pension after 8 years of service rather than 12. But Mayor Scott vetoed the bill, saying he couldn't in good conscience sign it. Now back in Harford County, Penman is hoping things will go the same way. The county council set a hearing for October 2nd. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Olivia mentioned the Baltimore City term limit bill, which passed with 72% of the vote during this past election cycle. Despite the overwhelming support, Councilman Ryan Dorsey introduced a plan that would put the issue back on the ballot in 2024. Council members Odette Ramos, Danielle McCray, and Christopher Burnett backed up the proposal. The Legislative Oversight Committee never held a hearing on the proposal.
Are coming in from special elections in Rhode Island and also in Utah. Coming up here from our live center, a look at the unofficial neck-and-neck results.
Today, we are tracking our weather alert day for some hot temperatures. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking when the heat could let up and when rain could move in. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local.
20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. Yes, we are weather alert once again for the dangerous heat and humidity. More record high temperatures today. Definitely is a day today where you want to find ways to stay cool and try to stay indoors if you can with that AC on. Definitely get the sunglasses if you're going to be outside for any length of time, but make sure those kids are dressed in that light colored clothing if you're heading out to the bus stop here in just a little bit. Your 3 TCAS, so 99 today, will only drop to the upper 70s tonight. Definitely more humid. And then we do see some relief with our temperatures tomorrow, especially as some of those storms roll in by tomorrow afternoon. We'll take you through that hour by hour in our future scan coming up in a little bit.
541. Right now, results are coming in from special elections in Rhode Island and Utah, giving us the latest read on voters as we are heading into the 2024 presidential election season.
I want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we are seeing so far. Megan.
Well, in Utah, guys, the GOP congressional seat runoff still too close to call here. Unofficial results showing candidates neck and neck. You see Celeste Malloy, she's with 38% of the vote in the lead right now. Then you've got Becky Edwards with 36%. Again, still too close to call here this morning. In Rhode Island, Gabriel Amo winning a crowded 10-candidate field. He will now face the GOP candidate Jerry Leonard in the general election on November 7th. If elected, the former White House staffer would be the first person of color to represent the state in Congress. And new polling numbers in the presidential race just out, showing the 2 top contenders there remain President Biden and former President Trump. Donald Trump now 4 times indicted, twice impeached, twice having lost the popular vote, even with the incumbent at 46%. That is according to a new Wall Street Journal poll. And we're hearing the polling data shows that Biden may be seen as more honest and more likable, but that age issue, a true handicap, 73% saying he is too old compared to only 47% for Trump. All right, that's latest from our live center. Patrice, back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Biden's new student loan repayment plan has over 4 million people enrolled. Still to come, why Republicans are criticizing the plan and how they plan to challenge it.
The Orioles waking up victorious as their push to the playoffs continues. Coming up after the break, a look at where they play next and a recap of last night. 5:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, safe all morning.
545, topping your sports unlimited news. The Orioles are just one step closer in their push to the playoffs, taking you live to LA, where last night they fought for their win over the Angels, securing their series win. Final score, Baltimore 5, LA 4 in extra innings. Now tonight, the two teams go head to head once again. First pitch late once again, 9:38 p.m. Hey, a win is a win.
Win is a win. It's incredible. And just to point this out, the Yankees are still 18 games back. Just wanted to let you know.
Just putting that out there.
And
All
it
right.
feels like baseball weather.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he'll like that they're that far back, and he'll like talking about the weather.
Back to 500, the Yankees did, but it doesn't matter. You know what, guys? We're still 3.5 games up. And how about the 44th come-from-behind victory for your Baltimore Orioles, the best in the majors? Like, we are comeback kids, or they are. So, yeah, they got the series win. And like Mom says, you win all the series, you win the World Series. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Now, we have dangerous heat and humidity we have to talk about for our weather alert day. More record high temps again today. Definitely want to find ways to stay cool. By the time the O's come back next week, we will have cooler temperatures for their homestand in September. And we're going to be playing October baseball more than likely. I don't want to jinx anything, but I mean, we got 87 wins. Come on. All right, here's a look at our HD radar heat advisory. This is what we're talking about. This starts at noon today. All of us will be in that heat advisory for the dangerous heat and humidity. We have this cold front that's hanging out in the Midwest. You can see that line of storms from Chicago and St. Louis down toward Memphis. That's going to be making its way here, but out ahead of that, we're going to get hot and humid for one more day. Even tomorrow is still going to be hot and humid before those storms roll in tomorrow afternoon. Towson Cam looking very nice right now. Official temperature of 73 with the dew point at 69 degrees. Dew points are going to hang into the 70s again today, which is why that heat index value is going to be in that extreme category or that dangerous category. And notice the dew points stay in the 70s for the next couple of days. We're definitely getting more moisture that is going to be here, but with some of those storms will help to cool us down a bit for tomorrow. These are some of the heat index values, some widespread low triple digits across the region. That's what it feels like for today. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, 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 make sure that they are ready to go for that heat that we've had to deal with the last couple of days. 74 by 7 a.m. into the mid-90s by noontime and recess, and upper 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Some kids not even at school today, so because of the virtual learning. Here's a look at our heat and the heat that is on those ridges of high pressure. This one will slide eventually a little bit off to the east, and that will help to bring in more of that southerly flow. But by next week, notice our long-range outlook showing below average temperatures. That's going to be feeling a lot nicer and a little closer to some fall-like numbers. So if you still want to jump in the pool, if that pool is still open on your splash cast, yeah, a good day to do that. Just make sure to reapply that sunblock a lot because that UV index still in the high category. And it's just going to be hot again. I mean, look at some of these triple digits. It's September 6th, my friends. We're talking about 100 in Cogginsville and Laurel, 100 in Frederick, 99 Columbia and Baltimore, 94 in Annapolis and Stevensville. Eastern Shore, you're in the 90s, but 100 in D.C. today, 97 in Philly. So all of us along the East Coast dealing with this big heat dome. Here's a look at our future scan. So again, we're dry today, but we'll have a little bit more moisture as that high slides off toward the east and then bring in more of that southerly flow ahead of this cold front, which starts making its way in tomorrow morning by tomorrow afternoon. So we'll heat up, but then about 2, 3 o'clock, you'll see more cloud cover. Some of those towering cumulus clouds could see some strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow between about 3 and 7 o'clock into the afternoon and evening time. That will bring us the cooler temperatures as well. And then on Friday, this front kind of hangs around with another chance for some showers and storms Friday and even into Saturday as well. We could get a little bit of a few raindrops for Sunday's Ravens game. Right now, it's not looking that we'll see anything widespread severe, but still something we have to think about if you're going to be heading out to the game on Sunday afternoon. So again, our weather alert day today, but back to the mid-90s tomorrow. Eventually, those numbers come down. We hang out in the mid-80s for most of the weekend, but nicer conditions ahead for next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. And your Lens Solar Traffic Network, we want to take you out and about. Here's a live look from a traffic photojournalist in the area of the Towson, cruising along 695s. The inner and outer loops looking great. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Austin Todd with the MTA. Good morning, Austin.
Good morning, Tom. Our Wednesday's off to a great start. Things do look pretty good out there so far. No major delays on the light rail. Everything is moving just fine from Hunt Valley all the way down to BWI. Metro Subway still operating on schedule as well. On the MARC train system, things still look pretty good. Camden train 843 is delayed about 5 to 10 minutes. Penn train 511 on its way to D.C. is on time. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Austin Todd.
Thank you, Austin.
The Baltimore County Fire Department enters into a consent decree with the DOJ. Still to come what it is a result of and how it traces all the way back to 2017.
A new report outlines corruption in Ukraine as lawmakers prepare to return to Washington, where increased aid for the country will no doubt come up. I'm Christine Frizzell with the details straight ahead.
Taking you live to Seattle this morning as you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition. We're all local.
.54, here are some of the stories making headlines this morning.
The former national chairman of Proud Boys is sentenced to 22 years in federal prison for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot, longest January 6th sentence to date. He's accused of being the ringleader of the plot to use violence to overturn the 2020 election. The U.S. deficit will likely rise to about $2 trillion, according to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. This after falling from $3 trillion down to $1 trillion last year, the largest ever decline. The increase is the result of higher interest rates on payments and reduced tax revenue. And millions of parents will face additional child care challenges as the federal funding is set to run out this month, meaning tens of thousands of daycare programs could close. Politico reports. And Democratic lawmakers are seeking $16 billion in additional funding, but are unlikely to get it as Republicans work to cut back on the federal spending.
Taking a live look now at the White House, the administration says more than 4 million people have enrolled in President Biden's new student loan repayment plan. The SAVE plan is an income-driven repayment plan launched earlier this summer.
SAVE is the most affordable repayment plan ever and will save millions of borrowers money on their monthly payments.
Republicans have criticized the plan, saying it is unfair to Americans without student loan debt. They argue it will also encourage more people to take on debt. A group of Republican lawmakers has introduced a resolution looking to end the program, though President Biden would almost certainly veto the measure. For years, levels of corruption in Ukraine were higher than anywhere else in Europe, except Russia. A years-long effort to root it out has been largely successful, but there are new indications now that it still exists in pockets of the country. It could provide ammunition to U.S. lawmakers who want to cut back or even cut off completely the aid the U.S. provides to the country. National correspondent Christine Frizzau explains.
More than 18 months into a war they never asked for, Ukraine now forced to react to factors emerging off the battlefield. Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov recently fired by Ukrainian President Zelensky in the wake of multiple scandals involving his Ministry of Defense, with accusations of price gouging and bribery, though Reznikov himself was not implicated. Now a report in the New York Times outlining the enduring challenge of corruption in Ukraine, and that government officials acknowledge that some military contracts failed to produce weaponry or ammunition, and that some of the money has vanished. Details expected to add fuel to a slow-burning fire of criticism from some in Congress about aid amount and accountability.
We've seen $113 billion, and yet the Defense Department came back in the last couple of months and said there's $6 billion that we feel like we've made an accounting error over.
Stop sending our bullets to the Ukrainians. We need them right here at home.
President Joe Biden already requesting an additional $40 billion to support Ukraine, as leaders admit slow progress, but progress nonetheless.
We are moving forward. We liberated dozens of square kilometers of our land through minefields with no air coverage.
Rooting out corruption was central to Volodymyr Zelensky's candidacy. Russia, meanwhile, now set to meet with North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un for the first time in 4 years. The topic believed to be a potential arms deal.
We also know that the Russians and Chinese have invited North Korea to join a trilateral naval exercise coming up.
This deepening relationship comes alongside a new alarming warning. Retired Russian General Alexander Vladimirov saying in an interview he believes the, quote, inevitable conclusion of the war will involve the use of nuclear weapons. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzau.
It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Day block party. Coming up next, what the mother of one of the victims is demanding as the city's handling of the case draws criticism.
And calls for change within the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, why one mom says the current laws could be contributing to her 14-year-old daughter's crime. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition.
A manhunt for a convicted killer underway as we speak in Pennsylvania. The latest sighting police are sharing this morning.
And our temperatures are heating up again. That's why we are weather alert for another day. We'll talk about when we'll see some changes in our weather pattern. It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock, and we're taking you live to the Inner Harbor in Towson this morning as we are weather alert mode again for dangerous heat. This is the 4th day in a row. The Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures. We can see even triple digits. Stay right here with Fox 45 all morning long as we continue tracking the heat wave.
Well, good morning to all of you on this Wednesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Some of you heading down to the bus stop just for your second day this school year. And yeah, T-shirts, tank tops. I mean, my goodness, right?
I asked my daughter if they did outdoor recess yesterday because it was so hot, and she said they did. She said it was fun. She said, but it was hot. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's going to be even hotter if they go out today.
Yeah, maybe by a degree or two. The thing is today, guys, we'll feel a little bit more humidity out there, and that's why the feels like temperatures are going to be in that dangerous category again. But right now, not looking too bad as we look out over the Inner Harbor. You can see nice calm conditions, sun coming up still about 35 minutes or so from right now. On our weather alert day, dangerous heat and humidity is what we're talking about. More record high temperatures expected today, and definitely want to find some ways to stay cool. Now, the good news is, even though it's just incremental, but we're a little cooler than where we were yesterday at this time. Lower 70s for Cockeysville and Towson. We're still at 75 74 in Baltimore City and Dundalk, 74 as well in Brooklyn Park and Woodlawn, and you're at 75 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena. But the heat advisory starts at noon today through 7 o'clock tonight. That's all of us right there in the orange. It is a Wear Orange Wednesday, but that's not the kind of orange we want to see on the weather map, especially being that it's September. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Temperature staying in the 70s for the next couple of hours, maybe needing the AC on by that 8 o'clock hour as you head out to work or get the kids to school. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a look at Ruxton and Charles Street in that area here. As you see, traffic's moving along just fine. No issues to report on any of the major roads. One disabled vehicle right before you head into the Fort McHenry Tunnel, but it's not causing any delays.
Every single day, we are forced to adjust to living without my daughter.
Now to a city in crisis, residents frustrated as summer of violence continues to rage in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it. This morning we have live team coverage as Fox 45 News is pushing for answers.
In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly shares a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime.
We begin with Olivia Dance. She's live here in studio with a deeper dive into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the demands for justice that some are now making. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Patrice, last week the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes. The assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now former NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides.
We are not satisfied with the city patting themselves on the back, writing their own report. We're saying this must not happen again.
Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of two people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting 2 months ago.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
Now, those calling for a federal probe said they reached out to Maryland's congressional delegation almost 2 weeks ago, but so far have not received a response. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Baltimore Police Department isn't the only agency facing questions about the shooting.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, confirms Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents said to involve guns on the night of that shooting. They did not say where the incidents took place or how they related to the shooting, but 4 teens have been arrested. 2 of those suspects were wearing ankle monitors and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services at the time. Police have not arrested anyone for the deaths of Aaliyah Gonzalez or Khalis Fagbemi.
The Baltimore City Council will hold a second hearing on the mass shooting next week. On this same day, the state lawmakers will meet to discuss juvenile crime. The mother of a 14-year-old says her own daughter needs to face consequences for stealing cars.
Kids today is taught that everything's supposed to be given to them, no matter if they break the law or not.
Well, that mother is far from the only one voicing concern. Shannon Lilly joining us as continuing our live team coverage this morning with calls for change. Shannon?
Yeah, we are hearing from parents, police, and prosecutors, Tom, who all say the current juvenile justice laws are not teaching kids consequences, and instead they are causing crimes to escalate. In fact, we are hearing from one Baltimore mom in particular who is pleading for change. She says an ankle monitor won't stop her 14-year-old daughter from stealing cars, and so she is reiterating what we have been hearing for months. Listen.
But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. And they're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Under the new laws of the state of Maryland, it has become more difficult for police to question young people about anything.
Nothing in the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable. And they're doing whatever they want.
Now, we also spoke, though, with Senator Jill Carter, and she is one of the architects of the juvenile justice laws. She says police and prosecutors don't understand the laws and are missing what their role is to play.
The belief that laws need to be changed because nothing can be done is part of a false narrative that's been spread. So that's something that I don't know if it's a lack of education on law enforcement or not, but it's something that they need to know that they can avail themselves of.
Now, a criminal justice policy expert, though, that we spoke to says accountability measures need to be put in place. He argues unless parameters change within the juvenile justice system, the number of young people continuing to commit crimes will grow. So it is up to lawmakers to change those parameters. And remember, the first step toward possible change is set for next week, when lawmakers are supposed to meet for a hearing to go over these juvenile justice laws in question. We'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, that brings us to our question of the day. Who should be held accountable for the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland? Lawmakers, parents, both, or neither? So far, 98% of people who voted say both. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
We only need one tip, and we can save other lives.
Rachel Morin's family turning to a criminal profiler for help, while they say the suspect on the run could be a serial killer.
The battle to get term limits on the ballot for 2024 in Harford County is starting to heat up. Topping our next half hour, the debate over how long they should serve.
Well, we're weather alert today for another hot and humid afternoon. Actually, not too bad as you make your way out early this morning, but we'll be talking about how long that heat sticks around and the storms that are on the way. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local. .10 is your time right now. Our weather alert day continues. The dangerous heat and humidity. That's why we have that heat advisory, which starts at noon today. Now, just stepped outside myself. It's actually not bad. In fact, we've got the moon and Jupiter hanging out to the top of the sky, and then Venus rising in the east. Can't really see that from this shot right here, but you know what I see? I see my taxi right there. Yeah, water taxi's up and going. Temperatures in the low to mid 70s. Westminster and Bel Air right now. We're at 70 in Cockeysville and Chestertown, but add almost 30 degrees to those numbers, and that's what we're going to see later this afternoon. So on your yard and gardening casts, definitely get the watering done in the morning or the evening. We're going to heat up upper 90s, some of us close to triple digits by this afternoon. And the thing is, too, guys, is that we're going to feel like triple digits no matter what with that humidity that's out there. We'll take a closer look at all of that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Well, 6:10 is the time, and right now hundreds of officers are working around the clock to find a convicted killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison.
Let's get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the new images and sightings just coming into the newsroom. Megan.
Yeah, guys, we want to show you. This is coming from Chester County District Attorney's Office. They've got these images right here. This is the latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcanti. Again, just taken yesterday here. I'll scroll through some of these images here. You can see him right there walking this way. Again, these images just being shared. They were taken at Longwood Gardens, not far from the original search perimeter. Just to give you an idea of where we are, guys, that is just over 5 miles away from the prison there. And this is all happening west of Philadelphia. The gardens are almost 200 acres. It was closed yesterday as police searched the grounds and will be closed again today. Now, in those images, it appears that Cavalcanti is holding items including a backpack, a hooded sweatshirt. We are also seeing reports that Cavalcanti escaped from the Chester County Prison last Thursday by climbing on the roof of the jail's exercise room. Authorities have advised residents to keep their doors, their cars locked, warning that Cavalcanti is extremely dangerous. We know several school districts in that area are now announcing that they are going to be closed today, again today, as search efforts continue. The FBI, along with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, they are now involved with the search. There is still a $10,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to his capture. Again, this is happening just west of Philadelphia here, guys. This is about 2 hours away from where we are. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center as the search for this convicted killer continues. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. More people hinting for a mayoral run in Baltimore City. Still ahead, who we could see on the ballot for 2024.
A Howard County public school official is stepping down. Still ahead, we break down his departure amid the ongoing bus issue. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. 6:15, here are headlines around this state.
Starting in Baltimore City, Baltimore businessman Bob Wallace announcing he's forming an exploratory committee and expects to run for mayor. He ran as an independent candidate in the last mayoral election. He has been an outspoken community leader. In April, Fox 45 News spoke with Wallace ahead of Mayor Scott's State of the City address.
The city's in a crisis. You hear it in the voices of the people. The mayor needs to acknowledge that and let people know I have a plan.
Mayor Brandon Scott says he plans to run for re-election. Former Mayor Sheila Dixon has also hinted at a mayoral run, but so far, no one has officially joined the race.
In Baltimore County, the county fire department has entered into a consent decree with the U.S. Department of Justice. The consent decree is the result of charges saying the department violated the rights of its employees by subjecting 11 female employees to a hostile work environment. The complaint was filed in June of 2017. Under the terms of the consent decree, the department will create new DOJ-approved policies and complaint investigation processes along with other things. The county will also pay $275,000 to those 11 employees. This comes on the heels of a vote of no confidence from the Baltimore County Fire Union after a 16-page report outlined a, quote, toxic work environment with a lack of respect, trust, and consistency.
It's concerning in that because the public may not always be in the best care that we could if we were doing additional training.
Fire Chief Joanne Runn was the only one to survive the vote. Union members overwhelmingly delivered a vote of no confidence against the assistant chief and deputy chief.
The world likely just had its hottest summer on record, according to the Copernicus Climate Change Service. The global average surface temperature for June through August was more than 1 degree above the average from 91 to 2020. That might not sound like a big increase, but climate experts say a shift like this can have an impact on droughts, ice caps melting, and severe weather patterns all across the world.
And then as we move closer to winter, that's all supposed to flip, and we're supposed to have like one of the coldest.
That's right.
You've got meteorologist Justin Chambers. You agreed with the almanac and said we were in for maybe a doozy.
I think we're going to see a lot of snow this winter. I don't know. I just feel like, excuse me. I just feel like we're due for it. Yeah, that's exactly right. Today, it's perfect for us here. It's National Coffee Ice Cream Day. Coffee ice cream. So I don't know if you like coffee ice cream. I used to love the Haagen-Dazs kind, but this ice cream today that you have is going to melt very quickly, no matter what you have. Or if you're just getting a snowball, it's still officially summer. We know that. We still have about 17 days left until we get to fall, and we have that heat that we have to deal with. And we're talking about the orange here, a heat advisory pretty much for all of us, save for a few counties on the Eastern Shore. This starts at noon and goes until 7 o'clock tonight, which is one of the reasons why we're in that weather alert mode. This will be our next weather maker on the left-hand side of your screen. That's going to be that cold front coming in from the Midwest, bringing a lot of showers and thunderstorms from Chicago down through Indy into St. Louis and Memphis. That's going to track to the east and eventually will cool us down, also bringing that potential for severe weather here at home. So our Towson camp, pretty nice right now overall as you look down York Road. Temperature of 74 in Towson, dew point at 69 degrees, and dew points are going to sneak back up there just a little bit more humid, a little less breezy today. So that's going to have that kind of stagnant air, and we'll get that humidity to kind of creep up into the 70s, that gross category on your muggy meter. But then you add in those temperatures in the upper 90s, and most of our feels like temperatures well into the triple digits. So even if we don't officially hit that triple digit number today, it's going to feel like that for about the third day in a row. So hot weather safety, when we typically talk about this in June and July, even in August, well, we didn't even hit these hot temperatures until right now. So got to stay hydrated. Loose, lightweight clothing, especially as the kids get out today and hang out at school or whatever they're doing this afternoon. Make sure to get plenty of breaks in the shade. A lot of you work outside, so just take those water breaks and make sure to put that in to your kind of routine for today, and also check on your elderly neighbors and friends, and make sure to know pets and kids are in the cars at any length of time. I got that AC running for sure. 75 by 7 a.m. on your Rise and Shine cast. Maybe some iced coffee comfy here for the next couple of hours because numbers will get to the lower 80s by about 9 a.m. And the sun comes up at 6:40 this morning, going to bed at 7:30. So we're closer to that 12 hours of day and night, the autumnal equinox that's coming. Upper 90s and even a few triple digits here and there across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in the upper 90s and even some low triple digits as well. And if you are heading down the ocean, still pretty warm there. Upper 80s today with mid 80s on Thursday and lower 80s for you on Friday. Should see some improving temperatures, but we still have to get through some showers and storms. And you can see that here on your 7-day forecast. So Thursday and Friday will be a little bit more active, but finally those temperatures start coming back down. Even some leftover showers and storms on Saturday. So it's going to be a little unsettled heading into the weekend. May still see a few stray showers Sunday for the Ravens game, but better conditions ahead next week when the O's come back to Baltimore. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And yeah, there are some slowdowns. As you can see the traffic right here, mainly because of a disabled vehicle in the Harbor Tunnel. That's causing some major backups southbound lanes there. So if you're on the inner loop and heading through the Harbor Tunnel, you're going to experience some delays because of that one vehicle that is disabled. Everyone else, you seem to be moving along just fine. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, and he is cruising along on the inner and outer loops here. As you see, the sun's starting to rise. So northbound, actually he's on 95 headed towards Aberdeen. I thought that was the loop, but yeah, 95 northbound, and it looks great. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Austin Todd with the MTA. Good morning, Austin. And let's see if we can get Austin here in just a little bit.
Well, scammers are using Bed Bath & Beyond's branding to steal your personal information. Still ahead in our 7 o'clock hour, learn how you can spot this scam.
The extreme heat does not just affect you, it could also cause harm to your home and all of the things that come with it. After the break, how you can protect your property from the excessive heat and some leaks. 6:22, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .24, and extreme heat is dangerous to your body, but did you know your home can suffer too?
Consumer Reports experts share tips on how to protect your house from the sun's damaging rays.
For starters, don't take your HVAC system for granted. It's likely overtaxed from the constant high heat, which can lead to pricey repairs. A simple DIY fix is to regularly replace the air filters, then schedule regular professional maintenance. And it's not just the heat. More people means more homes, which means more destruction with every major storm.
Homeowners insurance generally doesn't cover water coming from outside of your house, so it's not a bad idea to supplement your coverage with a flood policy.
But even without a flood, extreme heat can create water damage in other ways, specifically with your plumbing. Metal pipes can expand and contract, and over time will leak.
You want to inspect your plumbing routinely or have a plumber do it on a recurring basis. You could also consider installing a leak detector. They're a little bit expensive right up front, but they can save you tons of money in the long run.
Consumer Reports recommends this leak detector from Morin. High temperatures can wear down your roofing, so it's important to inspect it regularly and look for damage for its shingles or on your tiles. Replace them before they can leak and cause even more damage. High heat and humidity can also create ideal conditions for mold and mildew.
You want to keep the humidity inside your home between 30 and 50%. Anything higher and mold and dust mites can thrive. A dehumidifier can help with that.
Consumer Reports tests dehumidifiers and says this Midea from larger rooms can help remove moisture from the air and maintain ideal humidity within your home. Now, Consumer Reports says a dehumidifier will remove water from the air, but if your problem is driven by a continuous source of water, a dehumidifier will not be enough, and that is why regularly checking for leaks and other sources of water in and around your home is always a good idea.
We are weather alert this morning due to the dangerous heat and humidity. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how long this heat wave will last.
A debate over term limits is brewing in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what council members are proposing and how it's similar to what we've seen in other jurisdictions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Weather Alert Wednesday. Coming up on 6:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and it is going to be another one where you have to watch the kids as they're getting back off the bus for this heat.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, guys. I mean, it's not too bad this morning, but we're definitely feeling that mugginess, and we'll have more humidity today and less wind. So that stagnant air means those temperatures, all they're going to do is climb, and that feels like temperature is why we're in that dangerous category, hence the weather alert. So looking down 395 right now, Charm City Tanks on the left, stadiums on the right, and of course we'll have that football being played there Sunday afternoon with the O's coming back the next day on Monday next week to Camden Yards. 60s in Western Maryland, low to mid 70s for Westminster and Bel Air to Baltimore City. 73 your temp in Elkton. Chestertown, good morning to you. You're at 71 right now. We'll keep those 70s going for the next couple of hours, eventually sliding into the lower 80s as Mr. Bo says, get the AC flow going. Snowballs melting quickly today. 99 for our high. Some of us touching the triple digits, but then we're back to the mid 90s. So we're still hot and humid on Thursday. It's just we have a better chance of storms for tomorrow afternoon. That will really help to cool things down, and at least as we head into the weekend, some nicer numbers, a little closer to average. We'll show you that coming up in a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Got a few incidents that we need to tell you about here in your Lens Solar Traffic Network. The main one is right here. Good news, they have removed the disabled vehicle from the Harbor Tunnel southbound or the inner loop at 695. So they are moving along fine, getting back up to speed here. We also have a disabled vehicle in Cecil County. There's an incident that happened, and that is 95 south, right near Bainbridge. And it's causing a slight delay, but the big accident is actually not on a big road, but it's Maryland 514 and Mary Morris Road on the eastern shore, right near Chestertown. That's got the entire roadway shut down. No cameras, though, to be able to see that. Multiple vehicles involved in Kent County.
I think everybody, myself included, in the family, had hoped that somebody would be apprehended by now.
Yeah, it's been a month since Rachel Morin was murdered along the Mile and Paw Trail in Harford County. Now her family is turning to a criminal profiler for help.
Shannon Lilly joins us live to explain how the family hopes that this will help in the search for the killer. Shannon.
Well, for the family of Rachel Morin, guys, the search for answers becomes more dire each day. And so they are hoping that this criminal profiler can better describe the suspect's likely characteristics so you can better identify him. Right now, that expert says it's likely that this killer is a psychopath, a serial killer with ties to this area. Listen.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air.
So Pat Brown there has 30 years of experience under her belt, and she is now penning a list of the perpetrator's presumed characteristics. This at the request of the father of Rachel's oldest child, Matthew McMahon. It also comes after this surveillance video was released of the suspect. You can see there, though, that it only shows his back turned and face covered. So McMahon is hoping a written profile can bring more clarity. That profile is going up on flyers the family is placing around town, so he says to be on the lookout.
Carefully examine the profile, read everything. Only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
So as you just heard there, those tips are absolutely crucial, and experts say, Tom and Patrice, it is likely that this killer will commit the crime again.
Shannon, such a scary thing. Has the Harford County Sheriff's Office released any updates?
Yeah, we did recently get an update, Patrice. So you'll remember that they already said that they believed that this suspect committed a crime in California before this incident happened. Well, now they say they are following leads out of Chicago. They declined to explain why, but of course we'll continue to follow this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
According to police, the suspect, who's there on the left side of your screen, you see him coming out of the door, is about 5'9", 160 pounds, and of Hispanic descent. In terms of finding a DNA match, one law enforcement expert believes detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find a potential distant relative of the suspect.
The reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest has recently gone up to $10,000. If you'd like to leave a tip, you can contact Harford County Sheriff's Office, or you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number, 866-7-LOCK-UP.
The Harford County Council introduces a bill aimed at letting voters weigh in on term limits with a charter amendment. One councilman is pushing for 8-year limits. Others want 12 years.
Olivia Dance joining us live here in studio with a closer look. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman is hoping to limit how long county leaders can stay in office and is currently collecting signatures to get term limits on the ballot in 2024. But now Council Vice President Tony Giordano and council members Riley and Guthrie are introducing their own competing legislation. According to the bill, no person elected or appointed as a member of the county council shall be eligible for succession in the office of council member after serving in such office for 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. Now, Penman says the proposed legislation, which doesn't directly mention pensions, seems self-serving.
Really kind of what that does is it really opens it up to be invested, be able to get benefits in retirement aspect as a council member. Currently, after 10 years, you become vested and you're able to receive 1.5% per year that you have in service.
But Councilman Guthrie, who's serving his 13th year, says it's not about pensions. He says he doesn't even really support term limits, but this bill is a compromise.
The bill that several of the members wanted to introduce to counter what's being done to be less than that. It could be confusing, but it does give the citizens a choice, and they can vote against both.
It's reminiscent to what happened here in Baltimore City after voters overwhelmingly supported implementing term limits on Election Day 2022. Under the plan, the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and city council members will now be limited to 2 terms over a 12-year period. In response, Council President Nick Mosby introduced a bill that would allow city leaders to be eligible for a pension after 8 years of service rather than 12. But Mayor Scott vetoed the bill, saying he couldn't in good conscience sign it. In Harford County, Penman is hoping things will go the same way. The county council set a hearing for October 2nd. Reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Every single day, we are forced to adjust to living without my daughter.
Topping our next half hour, why a mother of one of the victims from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is saying the city did not do enough to save her daughter.
Fox 45 News is demanding accountability when it comes to the juvenile crime issues in Maryland. Still ahead, what we can expect from state lawmakers as they are set to meet next week to discuss juvenile crime.
Temperatures possibly reaching triple digits today. Just ahead, when we could expect cooler temperatures to move in. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Tropical Depression 13 became a named storm in the Atlantic, forming into Tropical Storm Lee on Tuesday. Lee is expected to develop dangerous hurricane force by this weekend, according to the National Hurricane Center. But still too soon to tell what, if any, impact it'll have on the U.S. East Coast.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
6:40 right now. Results are coming in from special elections in Rhode Island and Utah, giving us the latest read on voters as we are heading into the 2024 presidential election season.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing so far. Megan?
Let's start in Utah, guys. A GOP congressional seat runoff still too close to call here. We've got unofficial results here showing candidates really neck and neck. We've got Celeste Malloy with a slight lead, 38% over Becky Edwards with 36%. Again, still too close to call there. Moving to Rhode Island, Gabriel Amo winning a crowded 10-candidate field. He will now face the GOP candidate, Jerry Leonard, in the general election on November 7th. If elected, the former White House staffer would be the first person of color to represent the state in Congress. And new polling numbers, guys, in the presidential race just out, showing the top two contenders remain President Biden and former President Trump. Donald Trump, now 4 times indicted, twice impeached, and twice having lost the popular vote, is even with the incumbent at 46%. That's according to this new Wall Street Journal poll. The polling data showing Biden may be seen as more honest and more likable, but the age issue, a true handicap, 73% saying he is too old, compared to only 47% for Trump. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
The poorest school in Maryland is outperforming some of the best schools in the state. Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, a longtime Baltimore resident joins us live to weigh in on whether their method of teaching could work in the city.
The Maryland Department of Transportation is enhancing your daily commute. Just ahead in our next hour, the new changes that will make your bus ride faster and more eco-friendly.
Plus, get out your smartphones and get the camera ready. We are playing our touchdown trivia game next. 6:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.645 in your morning rush. It's been just over 2 months since the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting, where 2 were killed and 20 others were injured. Olivia Dance joining us live now with a deeper dive into the case. Olivia, some are now making demands for justice. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. And last week, the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting that it made mistakes. Now, the assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now, former NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides. Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of two people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting 2 months ago. Now, coming up in just about 15 minutes, hear Crystal's demands and find out if the congressional delegation is responding to those demands. Tom Patrice, back to you.
Well, calls for change within the juvenile justice system, as you just heard, do continue. Shannon Lilly joining us live with why one mom says current laws are contributing to her daughter's criminal behavior. Shannon.
Yeah, that Baltimore mom we heard from, Patrice, tells us an ankle monitor won't even stop her 14-year-old daughter from continuing to steal cars. And she wants more to be done in the state to stop this pattern. And so her concerns and what she is saying, she is reiterating what we've been hearing from police, prosecutors, and other parents for months, that the current juvenile justice laws are not teaching kids consequences. And as a result, crimes continue to escalate. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, we're going to hear from both sides of this argument, plus what state leaders are doing to address these concerns. Now back to you guys.
All right, time now, 6:47, and another hot one, dangerously hot again today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and it was scorching yesterday.
I mean, let's think of all the things we can say. Blistering, scorching, brutally hot. I mean, that's just how it is, guys. And, you know, this is September. This is why it's so kind of odd, because typically we're in the low to mid 80s this time of year. And remember how we started the weekend? Seems like that was 6 years ago, but over the weekend, how nice it was with that nice fall start with our pumpkin spice lattes and everything. Yeah. Not the case today, but it looks really nice here from our Towson camera. We have that sun coming up here. It's actually up right now officially, but overall not looking too bad. It's what happens later today. That's why we have the weather alert logo up. Our dangerous heat and humidity with more record high temps. Today will be day 4 in a row of record heat. Now, the record for the day is 98, so we really have to get there. 98, 99, maybe even 100. Definitely want to find ways to stay cool no matter what. This is the heat advisory for pretty much all of us. Starts at noon today. We'll go until 7 o'clock this evening. Notice some of you on the Eastern Shore not in the heat advisory, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be hot and humid for all of us. And basically, we're getting more of a southerly flow ahead of that next cold front. That's the weather maker that's going to change our weather pattern. Also, excuse me, could bring some strong to severe thunderstorms by tomorrow afternoon, even though we'll be dealing with some of the cooler air that will be moving in. And you can see that with our dew point trend. Look at those dew point numbers hanging in the lower 70s. I mean, that's straight up in the miserable category all the way into the weekend. But our air temperatures come down. So notice the heat index pegged at 109 for some of us this afternoon. That's what it'll feel like. But then those heat index numbers do come back down as the temperatures start to drop as well. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're talking about numbers here next hour that will hang out in the 70s. We'll be in the mid 90s for noontime and recess. We know some kids are staying home today doing the virtual thing, but upper 90s when you pick them up at the bus stop this afternoon. Definitely a hot afternoon for sure. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. It's hot. Yeah, see? Hank is wise. He knows that it's hot. He's trying to find the shade with he and his feathered friends hanging out in those bird baths out there if they don't dry up. So lower 80s here by 9 a.m. with mid 80s through the lower 90s by 9 a.m. and then mid 90s as we head into the noon hour. I'm just excited about fall, even though it's hard to do that when we're talking about this heat. But 17 days away from the autumnal equinox, upper 90s, and some of us will hit that triple-digit mark. Officially still going for a high of 99. We haven't officially hit 100 since we hit, that was back in 2020. DC is looking for a high of 100 today. 87 if you are heading down the ocean. Here's the good news for our temperatures. They are coming down after today. By far the hottest temperatures will be done today. Now, it's still going to be hot and humid tomorrow in the mid-90s and well above average, but finally you can kind of see that downward slope here into Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and by Tuesday of next week, we'll start to see those numbers a little bit closer to average. So here's that 7-day forecast. Weather alert day today. Again, still hot and humid tomorrow before the storms roll in. Friday, still some leftover showers and storms, and even as we head toward the weekend, a little unsettled, which includes the Ravens game on Sunday. We'll see temperatures in the mid-80s Sunday afternoon with a few kind of showers hanging around that will be possible. Should be drier by next week when the O's come back. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Well, it's time for football, and we are kicking off the season, and you can win money every weekday from now until September 21st.
Just grab your phone to scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our touchdown trivia contest. Get the question right, and you could win the daily prize of a $100 Visa gift card. And then one weekly national winner will win $5,000. Again, just scan the QR code to get the touchdown trivia question of the day. Good luck to you, and congratulations to yesterday's winner, Cynthia Jackson.
6:51, the Indian Cultural Association of Howard County announces the dates for this year's Festival of India.
That festival returning to the Howard County Fairgrounds for a 5th year on September 16th and 17th. The 2-day celebration promises a ton of Indian art, music, dance, and food for the whole family. Artificial intelligence is reshaping our daily lives and even our education system. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how AI can enhance your kids' school lessons.
The Garden Glow returning for its 6th year, just ahead in our hometown hotspot, the musical lineup this year. Before we get that Garden Glow going, though, we need the caffeine glow to get the day started.
That's right. It's a Wednesday, midweek, something to get us through. It's time for a coffee.
Well, happening now, stolen vehicles are on the rise in Nashville. New data from the Metro Police shows car thefts are up nearly 50% since last year.
Jackie Del Pilar with our Sinclair sister station in Tennessee has more on how thieves have taken more than 3,000 cars in Nashville so far in 2023.
By this time last year, 2,100 cars were stolen in Nashville. In that same time frame this year, 3,100 cars have been stolen. That's an increase of 46% and an average of about a dozen a day. A rise in car thefts impacting thousands of Nashvillians. Car theft victim Darren Deese says he parked his car outside of a friend's house in southeast Nashville in mid-June, only to walk outside to an empty street. Thieves got away with his brand new car.
I walk outside, it's like, I know I parked my car right here.
Deese is a songwriter who splits his time between Nashville and Charlotte. The car theft left him stranded in Nashville.
I'm thinking like, I'm about 500 miles away from home with no car.
Deese is one of 3,000 car theft victims in Nashville so far this year. Metro Police say a national trend in thefts of Kias and Hyundais are partly to blame. Newer Kias and Hyundais lack anti-theft devices, making them easier to steal. These brands account for 24% of all cars stolen in Nashville this year, including Deese, who drove a Kia Optima.
Well, you don't think it like it would happen to you, but I was wrong.
I asked Metro Police what's being done to cut down on car thefts. The department launched a Park Smart campaign urging people to take common sense measures to protect their property. Police say half of all stolen cars involve the owners leaving their keys inside the car or within easy access to thieves. They've also shared public service announcements aimed at Kia and Hyundai owners, sharing steps to keep their cars protected, like using a steering wheel lock to prevent people from getting away with the cars. As for Deese, he's gotten a new car, and the theft isn't deterring him from future visits to Nashville to pursue his dreams. Now, we have extensive responses from both Kia and Hyundai about their products and what they're doing for their customers. If you want to take a look at that, it's on fox17.com. Just click on this story. Reporting in North Nashville, I'm Jackie Del Pilar.
Well, in Maryland, the wave of car thefts and carjackings that we've seen all around the state continues.
In just the past week, Baltimore City Police have responded to 197 auto thefts. This year, police have responded to 7,141 auto thefts. Now, Fox 45 News is taking a closer look at the real-life impact of those thefts.
Andy Jarvis of Riverside Park says her 2018 Hyundai Tucson is among more than 7,000 vehicles stolen in Baltimore City this year.
She says her car was found within 24 hours in mid-July out in White Marsh. She believes teenagers took the car for a joyride.
Like the whole ignition was completely like towards the dash, on like really high up. The seats were completely laid back. All the windows were broken except the back and the front. Signals that they didn't really think it through. Just kind of careless act.
Jarvis also told Fox 45 the insurance ordeal that she went through with her car is an uphill battle, and she drove a rental car for more than a month. She now has a new vehicle, which she says she's very grateful for.
Many cars being stolen across Maryland are ending up at the Port of Baltimore.
Smugglers trying to get those vehicles overseas for resale quickly. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol have recovered 12 stolen vehicles in a farm combine at the port. The seizures are valued at more than $400,000.
Officials at the port say it's impossible to check every shipment, but there are ways to crack down on thieves.
They say they're sending out a Honda Accord, and we x-ray it, and then we see a pickup truck. Obviously, red flag for us.
800,000+ cars come through here.
Yep.
How many of them can you check?
Well, we can check as many as we have to try to disrupt these transnational criminal organizations.
But agents have intercepted more than $11 million worth of stolen vehicles just over the past year.
I do find it very hard to believe that they didn't know it was coming this weekend.
A community fighting for accountability following July's mass shooting. Their demands from city agencies that they say failed to keep residents safe.
And calls for change within the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, why one mom says current laws are contributing to her 14-year-old daughter's crime.
Weather alert day with temperatures that will continue to heat up once again, potentially record highs. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Extra water, extra deodorant, Fox 45 Morning News. Weather alert this morning, and it's dangerous heat. We are Weather Alert, taking a look over the temperature map. Things are calm now, but this will be the fourth day in a row. Baltimore region will reach extremely hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits.
I appreciate your attention to extra deodorant today. Thank you for that. Stay with Fox 45 News all morning long as our Weather Authority team tracks this heat wave. Good Wednesday morning. It is September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Heading out to the bus stop. What are the kids wearing? Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast for us.
Definitely summer clothes and frizzy hair alert probably today, too, because we have more of that humidity. Less wind today, so that stagnant air will be around with us as we are zoomed in there close to the port of Baltimore, the inner harbor, that sun that is out there right now. Our weather alert day for the dangerous heat and humidity with more record high temperatures. So basically rinse and repeat or carbon copy, Control C, Control V, however you want to look at it. Find ways to stay cool for today. Check some of these numbers here, or at least the heat advisory. This is what we're looking at right now along the region. This starts at noon today. Here's some of your temperatures, 60s and 70s for Cumberland and Baltimore down through Salisbury. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go, keeping those numbers in the 70s. Definitely need the AC on because we'll slide to the lower 80s as early as 9 a.m. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few.
Well, cooling centers across Baltimore City will be open again today. City Department of Aging is running multiple sites, including the Hartford Senior Center and the Sandtown Winchester Senior Center. The cooling areas, they're open starting at 9 this morning until 7 tonight. Those who are homeless can cool off the beans and bread from 9 this morning till 1. And then the Housing Authority will open a center for city residents at Cherry Hill. Those Cherry Hill homes, they open at 8:30 this morning and go until 4.
Nearly a dozen Baltimore City schools will dismiss early again today. The 11 impacted schools don't have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have AC systems installed in all schools this school year. They say the schools will have the AC by the end of this school year now.
Let's take a quick look at your Lens Solar traffic network as we are seeing some improvements. A little bit of volume picking up, but the incidents that we were talking about earlier this morning on 95 and through the Harper Tunnel have now been cleared, so you're just getting the volume that's slowing you down.
They know that, nothing's really going to happen to them if they keep their crime in a certain limit of types of crime.
They come in, we can't detain them, they're back in the community the next day.
This morning, state prosecutors are speaking out as violence continues in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it.
Now, this morning, we have live team coverage as Fox 45 News is pushing for answers.
In a few minutes, Shanna Lilly will share a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime.
We begin with Olivia Dan. She's joining us here in studio with a deep dive into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and the investigation. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, last week the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes. The assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now former NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides.
We are not satisfied with the city patting themselves on the back, writing their own report. We're saying this must not happen again.
Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of 2 people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting just 2 months ago.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
Now, those calling for a federal probe said they reached out to Maryland's congressional delegation almost 2 weeks ago, but so far have received no response. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Baltimore Police Department isn't the only agency facing questions about the shooting.
The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, confirmed Safe Streets employees mediated 5 different incidents said to involve guns on the night of the shooting. They did not say where the incidents took place or how they related to the shooting, but 4 teens have been arrested. 2 of those suspects were wearing ankle monitors and are being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services during the shooting. Police have not arrested anyone for the deaths of Aaliyah Gonzalez or Kylis Fagbemi.
The Baltimore City Council will hold a second hearing on the mass shooting next week. On this same day, state lawmakers will meet to discuss juvenile crime. The mother of a 14-year-old says her own daughter needs to face consequences for stealing cars.
Kids today is taught that everything's supposed to be given to them, no matter if they break the law or not.
That mother is far from the only one voicing concern. Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning, continuing our live team coverage with Calls for Change. Shannon.
Yeah, we are hearing from parents, police, and prosecutors, Tom, who are saying that the current juvenile justice laws are not teaching kids consequences, and instead, crimes are escalating. In fact, we heard from one Baltimore mom in particular who is pleading for change. She says an ankle monitor is not stopping her 14-year-old daughter from continuing to steal cars, and so she is reiterating what we have been hearing for the last few months. Take a listen.
But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. And they're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Under the new laws of the state of Maryland, it has become more difficult for police to question young people about anything.
Nothing in the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable. And they're doing whatever they want.
Now, we also spoke with Senator Jill Carter, though, who is one of the architects of the juvenile justice laws. She says police and prosecutors don't understand the laws and are missing what their role is to play.
The belief that laws need to be changed because nothing can be done is part of a false narrative that's been spread. So that's something that I don't know if it's a lack of education on law enforcement or not, but it's something that they need to know that they can avail themselves of.
A criminal justice policy expert we spoke to, though, says accountability measures need to be put in place. He argues unless parameters change within the juvenile justice system, the number of young people continuing to commit crimes will grow. So it's up to lawmakers to change those parameters. And remember, the first step toward possible change is set for next week, where lawmakers are set to meet for a hearing to go over some of these juvenile justice laws in question. We'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
That brings us to our question of the day. Who should be held accountable for the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland? Lawmakers, parents, both, or neither? So far, 92% of people who voted say both. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote.
New details this morning in southeast Washington, D.C., a Giant grocery store making some major changes in response to stealing. Now, Giant has lost, they claim, more than $500,000 at that one location.
In response, the food chain says it will stop selling national brands like Tide detergent and replace them with other brands whenever possible. There will also be increased security at all exits.
I have witnessed people coming into the store, stealing, running out the store with meats, groceries, everything.
Well, amid the increase in thefts, Giant does not plan to close any of its locations anytime soon.
Now, the same can't be said for Lidl, who's also dealing with theft issues. The supermarket's Brooklyn Park location closed in July. According to the Maryland Retailers Association, Maryland has one of the 5 highest retail theft rates in the country.
Right now, hundreds of officers working around the clock to find a convicted killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison.
Let's get over to Megan Gillen in our live center with the new images and the sightings that are just coming into the newsroom. Megan.
Yeah, this has been nonstop, guys. This new information coming from the Chester County District Attorney, and they posted these pictures right here. This is the latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcanti. This was just taken yesterday, and it was taken at Longwood Gardens. There's a couple of images right here. They're a little small, but this is what they're capturing. The latest images caught of him. This is pretty close to the original search perimeter, by the way, guys, which is just over, as you look at this map, about 5 miles away from the Chester County Prison. And just to put this in perspective, we're looking at just west of Philadelphia is where this is all unfolding. The gardens are almost 200 acres where he was last spotted yesterday. It was closed yesterday as police searched the grounds. It's going to be closed again today. Now, in the images, it appears that Cavalcanti is holding items, including a backpack and a hooded sweatshirt, as you saw in one of those images. We are seeing reports that Cavalcanti escaped from the Chester County Prison last Thursday by climbing on the roof of the jail's exercise room. Authorities have advised residents to keep their doors and cars locked, warning that Cavalcanti is extremely dangerous. We know several school districts in the area announced they will be closed again today as search efforts continue. We now know the FBI, along with U.S. Customs and Border Control, are now involved in the search, and there is a $10,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to his capture. Again, the latest image captured right here of Cavalcanti. We're going to keep you posted as soon as we learn more. Right here from our live center as the search for a convicted killer continues.
7:11 now. We are weather alert this morning due to dangerously hot temperatures.
Let's get another check of that forecast with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, and remember, guys, it's not just the heat. It's the heat plus humidity. That is why we have to deal with those heat index values well into the triple digits again this afternoon. So our Towson cam, it looks very pretty right now. The sun is now up. Nice clear skies out there. And overall, our numbers are not too bad. Lower 70s here in Cockeysville to Joppatown. 74 Essex and Middle River over to Baltimore City. Upper 60s in Ellicott City and Columbia. That's a nice morning. And 73 your temp in Brooklyn Park. So it is going to be a little warm if you're out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, especially outside. But this is the time to get the exercise in, because later today you want to do indoor exercises with that AC on full blast. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that, and we'll talk about how we're changing things up with our weather pattern by the time we head to the weekend. That's coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines this hour. It has been 1 month since Rachel Morin was tragically murdered in Harford County. What her family is now doing to make sure the person responsible faces consequences.
And going out of business sales means lower prices, but your personal information could be compromised in the process. After the break, the latest scam alert from the Better Business Bureau and how you can protect yourself from scams from the other BBB. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Right. 7:15, Bed Bath & Beyond stores across the nation, they're closing their doors, and now they have a new owner, Overstock.com. But the Bed Bath & Beyond name will stay. So scammers are taking note of all this little confusion. Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau is joining us live now to explain what we can do to protect ourselves.
Yeah, we've really been talking about so many scams going on with shopping, and it's in the news all the time. We're really aware that consumers are looking for the best deal. So here we have Overstock.com purchasing Bed Bath & Beyond, and I got an email saying now Bed Bath & Beyond is back in business, and I'll be darned, they're advertising everywhere. Scammers are taking advantage of it.
You see it, and it looks legit. I mean, when you see it, it looks like the coupons. Remember the BBB coupons
and
that you
everybody
used to get?
wants to know, are those coupons coming back? So when you see an advertisement online in your social media, you see that, you think, oh, they're back. So people are clicking on that information. They're being directed to a fake website. It is not Bed Bath & Beyond technically. And they're putting in their credit card information, ordering products that never get delivered.
The process goes through where you actually purchase those products. It goes into your card, everything. I mean, it looks legit.
It looks so legit.
And then they don't show up.
That's part of our problem. So, you know, always you've got to say, Tom, over and over, use your credit card, how important that is. Next, look at your URL and see, does it technically say bedbathandbeyond.com? I tell you what I do. I go directly, I do a search, and I go directly to that website myself. I don't go via a link in my social media or an email that's advertising. If it looks too good to be true, I want to check it out and make sure it is. And we always say knowing the price of the items that you're wanting to purchase, because if it is a significant reduction that doesn't make sense, then I would walk away from that as well.
Do the Amazon check. You know, you see the product and you're like, I don't want to buy it through Amazon. I want to get it through this site. Go there and see if they have a similar price. You can do the check.
Camel. That's a great website to do price checking.
So when we do it, what happens if we do find out, okay, we got suckered?
All right, the only thing you really can do is report it to your credit card company. You've got to dispute those charges and do it as fast as you can. Don't wait until the 60, 90 days pass. Your credit card company could potentially decline, and you want to go to their fraud department. Don't just dispute it, but say, I believe I was ripped off by a scammer. Always go to the website. Do they have contact information? Do they have terms and conditions? Do they have a privacy policy? Those are things legitimate websites always have.
Well, with the Better Business Bureau, Angie Barnett, always great to have you in. Thank you very much.
Tom.
Yeah, another scam out there.
7:18 now. Fox 45 Morning News is weather alert as we are tracking dangerously hot temperatures across our state. This will be the fourth day in a row the Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures, and today we could even see triple digits. Let's get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He is taking a look at that forecast for us.
Yeah, exactly right, Patrice. Good morning. And as I mentioned earlier, it's the heat combined with the humidity, that heat index value that we always talk about, which is why we have all those areas in orange under the heat advisory. Now, that heat advisory starts at noon, but already seeing that sun that is up right now in Towson. And overall, this is the time of the morning or the time of the day to be outside. Also, later this evening should be okay, but we're still going to be hanging on to a lot of that heat. We're talking about that dangerous heat and humidity, which is why we're under our weather alert for today. More record high temperatures. We do want to make sure you find ways to stay cool today because that heat advisory, as I mentioned, starts at noon. Now, notice some of the eastern shore counties not in that heat advisory, but pretty much all of us along the Chesapeake out toward western Maryland and out to the north and to the east under that heat advisory. Those heat advisories actually extend up into New Jersey and Pennsylvania, up into New York and Massachusetts. So all of us on the East Coast dealing with that heat and humidity. This is our next weather maker. You can see that cold front moving out of the Midwest right now, bringing with it showers and thunderstorms from Chicago and Indy all the way down through Nashville and Memphis. That cold front pushing closer to us, but ahead of that, we're going to get the humidity that will increase, especially with a lack of wind today. That's why those humidity and dew point temperatures start sliding into the gross category, into the 70s. Now, as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, we're talking about some of those kids who are not going to be at school today doing virtual learning because of the lack of AC. We may have to deal with that tomorrow, too, even though our temperatures will be a little bit cooler. Mid-90s 90s through noontime and recess, and upper 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Obviously, stay hydrated. I know it sounds like we're a broken record here, but I mean, you have to make sure to get that water going, the loose, lightweight clothing. Take plenty of breaks in the shade or in the AC and check on our neighbors and friends who maybe don't have AC. Make sure those pets and people and plants are all protected here and not leaving anybody in the car or anything in the car for that matter. Splashcast, if you have the pool or ability to get to the pool today, yeah, a good pool day, just hot. That UV index in the high category with mid-80s by 10 a.m., but upper 90s in 2, 3, and the 4 o'clock hour. And even some of you might sneak into the triple digits for Cockeysville and Perry Hall, forecasted to be right at the century mark. 98 in Dundalk, 97 in Eldersburg for your high this afternoon. Numbers in Howard and Arundel counties also upper 90s and low triple digits that will be possible. D.C. could hit a high of 100 today, even 97 in Philly and New York City at 92. So here's our future scan. We're dry today, but again, that southerly flow helping to pick up all of that moisture ahead of this next weather maker. This is the cold front tomorrow that changes things up, but by about 2, 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, we have that chance for showers and potentially strong thunderstorms, especially between about 3 and 7 o'clock here tomorrow evening. And then that front kind of hangs around for most of Friday and into Saturday and Sunday. So we'll have unsettled weather with a chance for more showers and storms as we head into the weekend. Means it could be a little bit wet for that Ravens game on Sunday afternoon, but at least the temperatures will not be in the 90s. We'll be back to the mid 80s. So we got 3 more days of 90s left. We're still hanging on to that heat. Even tomorrow may require another weather alert day, depending on what happens with that heat advisory. But either way, the storms are coming in, changing things up, and should be a lot nicer by next week. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And we're getting reports of a medical emergency. It's causing some slowdowns in Laurel. You can see the red and the yellow there on the map to your right and slower traffic on your left. This is southbound BW Parkway right at Maryland 198. There's stop and go traffic back up to Arundel Mills Boulevard. So make sure you give yourself some extra time if you usually head this way during your commute.
Getting from West Baltimore to East Baltimore is getting a whole lot easier.
Coming up in our next half hour, the service changes happening at the Department of Transportation. Plus a look at the new zero-emission buses that you'll see cruising around the city.
And good morning from Ladue Gardens, where the sun is already glowing early this morning and heating things up. But we are gearing up for Garden Glow. We've got the full scoop on that in just a couple of minutes.
7:25, the gardens will be glowing for the fall season over in Moncton.
And Amy Aronson is glowing herself, and she is live at Ladue Topiary Gardens with the upcoming annual tradition. Good morning, Amy.
Good morning. Yeah, a very popular event here at Ladue Gardens. I'm here with Emily Emmerich this morning telling us all about it. Already you have tickets selling like crazy. So now is the time to prepare if you want to come out and join the festivities in October.
Exactly. So October 18th to 21st, and members' tickets went on sale yesterday at 9 a.m. The phones and computer have been blinking as we've sold a lot of tickets already. Really looking forward to this year. We've added a day because it was such a popular event and sold out so quickly last year. And we have changed up things. We're going to have wonderful new musical selections. You're going to hear from one this morning. Great vendors, fabulous artists, 800 carved jack-o'-lanterns.
I was going to say lots of pumpkins.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So
and you've got a perfect backdrop for it here too at Ladue.
We do. It's been a really wonderful thing. People have loved it. We're delighted to be able to expand it for an extra day. And non-member tickets go on sale on September 12th. So we look forward to having everybody come out here and experience the glow.
Okay, awesome. And we're running short on time, but no, you're going to be providing some music for the event. So do you want to play a little bit right now?
Sure. I'm going to play a song of mine called Frames.
Okay.
Watch the sunrise day by day, and I won't live my life in frames.
And if you want more information on coming out to the event, that was beautiful, by the way, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. You can get all the details there, and you can find out how to get your tickets for it coming up once again late October.
The
Back to you
music
guys.
was so fitting for it. It was perfect. Yeah. All right. Well, our weather alert day coverage is continuing after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to tell us how hot it's going to feel this afternoon, plus when we could finally see some rain in our region.
A debate over term limits is brewing in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what council members are proposing and how it's similar to what we've seen in other jurisdictions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 Morning News is a weather alert this morning due to dangerous heat. Taking a look over our heat map, you see all that orange there. This will be the fourth day in a row that the Baltimore region will reach extremely hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits.
Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long as our Weather Authority team tracks this heat wave.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 7:31 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. In fact, we want to get right over to one of those meteorologists in that team of meteorologists tracking the heat. We have Justin Chambers and dangerous heat levels, too.
Yeah, that's the thing, guys. Good morning to both of you. And I keep looking at the calendar going, is it really September 6th? But yeah, it is. And we're going to have the fourth day in a row of breaking records, or at least tying the record. The record high for today is 98, so pretty close to that number by this afternoon. You can see that sun that is out there this morning. It is not too bad. Notice the right side of your screen. Our temperatures, most of us in the 60s and 70s right now, but more record high temperatures on the way for the afternoon. You'll definitely want to find ways to stay cool. That orange map that we showed you for where Orange Wednesday is because of the heat advisory. We're at 65 in Cumberland, 74 in Baltimore, 71 your temp in Salisbury. So you can see around the region, those numbers continue to warm up. So get the yard work and the gardening done this morning and make sure that watering is done in the morning time, not in the middle of the afternoon. All you're doing is just wasting all that water. Upper 90s and close to triple digits for our highs. Now tomorrow will be cooler, but notice it's still going to be in the mid 90s. So it's still going to be well above average, not talking about records, but we have showers and storms. Before all that happens, guys, it is going to be hot and humid again. So we may have another weather alert day on Thursday because of that heat advisory. But again, the rain comes in the afternoon. That will help to cool us down. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. Turning now to counties under pressure a month after 37-year-old Rachel Morin was found dead on a popular walking trail in Bel Air. Her family is turning to a criminal profiler for help.
That criminal profiler is now saying that the suspect could be a serial killer.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with those details. Shannon?
Yeah, for the family of Rachel Morin, guys, the search for answers becomes more dire each day. And they are hoping that this criminal profiler can better describe the suspect's likely characteristics so you can better identify him. Right now, that expert is saying it's likely that the killer is a psychopath and a serial killer with ties to this area. Take a listen.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air.
Pat Brown there has 30 years of experience under her belt, and she is now penning a list of the perpetrator's presumed characteristics. This at the request of Matthew McMahon, the father of Rachel's oldest child. It also comes after this surveillance video was released of the suspect. You see here, though, that it only shows his back turned and face covered. So McMahon is hoping a written profile can bring more clarity. That profile is going up on flyers the family is placing around town, so he says you should be on the lookout.
Carefully examine the profile, read everything. Only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
So as you just heard, those tips are absolutely crucial. Experts tell us, Tom and Patrice, it is likely that this killer will commit the crime again.
Shannon, has the Harford County Sheriff's Office released any updates in this case?
We have, in fact, just received a new update, Patrice. So you'll remember that they believe that the suspect committed another crime in California before this incident. Now they say they are following leads out of Chicago. Now, they didn't explain why, but of course we will continue to follow this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And according to police, the suspect pictured right there on the left side of your screen in this video is about 5'9", 160 pounds, and of Hispanic descent. In terms of finding a DNA match, one law enforcement expert says detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find a potential distant relative of the suspect.
The reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest has recently gone up to $10,000. If you would like to leave a tip, contact the Harford County Sheriff's Office or Metro Crime Stoppers.
Harford County Council introducing a bill aimed to let voters weigh in on term limits with a charter amendment. One councilman is pushing for 8-year limits, while others want 12 years. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning in studio with a closer look. Olivia?
Well, Tom, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman is hoping to limit how long county leaders can stay in office and is currently collecting signatures to get term limits on the ballot in 2024. But now Council Vice President Tony Giordano and council members Riley and Guthrie are introducing their own competing legislation. According to the bill, no person elected or appointed as a member of the county council shall be eligible for succession in the office of council member after serving in such office for 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. Now, Penman says the proposed legislation, which doesn't directly mention pensions, seems self-serving.
Really kind of what that does is it really opens it up to being vested, be able to get benefits in retirement aspect as a council member. Currently, after 10 years, you become vested and you're able to receive 1.5% per year that you have in service.
But Councilman Guthrie, who's serving his 13th year, says it's not about pensions. He says he doesn't even really support term limits, but this bill is a compromise.
The bill that several of the members wanted to introduce to counter what's being done to be less than that. It could be confusing, but it does give the citizens a choice, and they can vote against both.
It's reminiscent to what happened here in Baltimore City after voters overwhelmingly supported implementing term limits on Election Day 2022. Under the plan, the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and city council members will now be limited to 2 terms over a 12-year period. In response, Council President Nick Mosby introduced a bill that would allow city leaders to be eligible for a pension after only 8 years of service rather than 12. But Mayor Scott vetoed the bill, saying he couldn't in good conscience sign it. Now, back in Harford County, Penman is hoping things will go the same way. The county council set a hearing for October 2nd. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, Olivia mentioned the Baltimore City term limit bill, which passed with 72% of the vote during the past election cycle. Despite the overwhelming support, Councilman Ryan Dorsey introduced a plan that would put the issue back on the ballot in 2024. Council members Odette Ramos, Danielle McCrae, and Christopher Burnett backed up the proposal. The Legislative Oversight Committee never held a hearing on the proposal.
2 months and 173 pages later, there are still unanswered questions surrounding the Brooklyn Day mass shooting. The questions Baltimore residents are now asking city agencies.
And results coming in from special elections in Rhode Island and in Utah. Coming up from our live center, a look at the unofficial neck-and-neck results coming in.
We are weather alert this morning due to dangerously hot temperatures in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long the heat will stick around. It's all coming up in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:38, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local. Right now, results are coming in from special elections in Rhode Island and Utah, giving us the latest read on voters as we head into the 2024 presidential election season.
We want to get right over to Megan Gillen in our live center with what we're seeing so far. Megan?
Yeah, a lot of results coming in, guys. We want to start in Utah, where that GOP congressional seat runoff is still too close to call. These are the unofficial results here behind me, showing candidates neck and neck. We've got Celeste Malloy with 38%, taking the lead at this point, over Becky Edwards with 36%. Again, unofficial, still too close to call there. Moving to Rhode Island, Gabriel Amo winning a crowded 10-candidate field. He's now going to face the GOP candidate, Jerry Leonard, in the general election on November 7th. If elected, the former White House staffer would be the first person of color to represent the state in Congress. And new polling numbers in, guys, for the presidential race just out, showing the top two contenders there remain President Biden and former President Trump. Trump, now 4 times indicted, twice impeached, and twice having lost the popular vote, is even with the incumbent at 46%. That is according to this new Wall Street Journal poll. The polling data also showing that Biden may be seen as more honest and more likable, but that age issue, it's a true handicap. 73% saying he is too old, compared to only 47% for Trump. That's the latest from our live center. Patrice.
Well, despite limited funding, a Washington County school is still one of the best in the state. In our 8 o'clock hour, we'll have more on why it's outperforming schools here in Baltimore.
After the break, how the new service changes from the Department of Transportation could save you 25 minutes of travel time. 7:43. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local.
.45 fall 2023 service changes are now in effect for MDOT-MTA. The Maryland Transit Administration's goal is to improve east-west transit access in Baltimore, as well as provide better connections to housing, employment centers, shopping. So what are the changes that you'll see? Holly Arnold, administrator for MDOT-MTA, is joining us this morning to get more into that. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so changes already in effect. Several changes were made, but one of them is the Quick Link 40. Tell me about that.
So the Quick Link 40 is designed to make improvements to east-west travel today. You know, the Governor Moore announced that the Red Line is coming back, and we are full steam ahead planning for that project, but that's you know, a few years down the road, and so we know that we need immediate improvements now. So the Quick Link 40 is a pilot service. It runs every 30 minutes, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., going from Westgate to Essex, and it saves about 25 minutes over the travel time of the CityLink Blue or Orange, which is the underlying routes.
And you all held community hearings about this. You were listening to what people said that they needed. So this obviously was one of the things that kept coming up.
Yes, faster east-west travel time constantly comes up. The excitement about bringing back the Quick Link 40 was really palpable from the community.
And new signage. I saw something that talked about new signage going up for this.
Yeah, so every bus stop sign for the Quick Link 40, you can find it has a little like puck on the top, so it's very distinctive, and you can see like, hey, from a distance, that's where the 40 is going to stop.
All right. In addition to that, zero-emission buses. That's in the pipeline?
Yes, so we are very excited. We have 7 zero-emission electric buses that are on site now. So there are pilot buses, and later this month they're going to be going into service. We're out testing them now, but it's a huge benefit for riders in terms of they're quieter, they better for the environment and everything.
So 7 now. What's the long-term goal for this?
So the long-term goal is fully transitioning to zero emission. Taking that in bite-sized steps, though. So we're going to try and get 50% of our fleet. We have about 750 buses in our fleet.
Oh, wow.
So about half of them by 2030.
That's a big undertaking.
It is a big undertaking. Buying the buses is easy, but we also have to get the charging equipment. We have to train our operators, train our mechanics. So it really is just a sea change in terms of how we do things at MTA.
All right, Holly, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're tracking our weather alert day, and the heat and humidity is going to be in that dangerous category again, which is why we slid into the weather alert yesterday. Basically, as soon as that heat advisory got posted from the National Weather Service, and we have another heat advisory that is in effect starting at noon today. That will go until 7 o'clock tonight. So this is a day where you want to try to make sure to stay hydrated and find a way to stay cool. And looking at that heat map right here, this is the heat advisory map. So pretty much all of us there in the orange under that heat advisory. Notice that Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, and Caroline County not in the heat advisory, but Cecil County on the Eastern Shore and all of us along Central Maryland and this side of the Chesapeake are under that heat advisory for this afternoon. What we're tracking is our next weather maker, this strong cold front that is, and with the area of low pressure in the upper Midwest, that's kind of linked to that. That's moving from west to east. So we'll see these showers and storms that are happening right now in Chicago, down through Indy, all the way down toward Nashville. That front will move closer to us. Eventually will bring us some cooler air, but also the potential exists tomorrow with these strong to severe thunderstorms. That's because we have heat and humidity, and you can see these dew point temperatures staying in the miserable category in the 70s basically for the next 3 or 4, even 5 days. Definitely going to have that mugginess here, but the reason that we have the weather alert, look at that heat index for today. Some of us will hit 105 to 108, maybe even 109 as a feels like temperature, and that is when it gets to the dangerous category. So that's what the weather alert's all about. Next couple of hours on your Rise and Shine cast, hopefully you're up with us here this morning. 70s and 80s. We'll be to the mid-80s by 10 a.m. That sun is up until 7:30 tonight. Going to bed a little bit earlier and getting up a little bit later as we get closer to that first day of autumn. Now, golfers, if you want to hit the links, lower 80s here through 9 a.m., but mid-90s into that noon hour and upper 90s later this afternoon. Obviously, the earlier you play, the better. We are 17 days from the first day of autumn. The autumnal equinox comes early on a Saturday morning, the 23rd. Upper 90s, and yeah, even a few triple digits are going to be possible for the afternoon. And typically this time of year, we're in the lower 80s. Even D.C. at 100, 97 in Philly, 92 in New York, 87 if you're heading down the ocean there at Ocean City. So again, the heat is just not escaping us. Tomorrow, we're still well above average. Finally, by Friday, some lower 90s, and then the 80s start coming back into Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And even toward next week, we'll see some of those numbers that will continue to creep a little bit closer to average or even below average. Here's our future scan. Dry today. Here comes those showers and storms developing in the mountains tomorrow, then by the afternoon in the 95 corridor. So we're still going to be hot and humid before the cold front arrives. It's going to be pushing through in the afternoon and evening time. I have a marginal risk for severe weather both tomorrow and Friday. So both days going to see the active weather potentially with some of those showers and thunderstorms. Holiday countdown, 4 days until the Ravens home opener and 55 days out out until Halloween, straight up 60 days until we fall back with that time change. So it is 8 weeks from this Sunday where we get that extra hour of sleep. But also this Sunday, my friends, oh yeah, it's football in Charm City. The Ravens back on their home field, 1 o'clock against the Houston Texans. We'll see the potential of a few showers on Sunday afternoon with temps in the mid-80s, but it should be drier and nicer for the O's who are coming back next week to Camden Yards on Monday night.
Is ChatGPT an ally or adversary when it comes to school work? Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, what parents need to know about the technology that's so readily available.
And after the break, what we're now learning about the Prince George's County police officer that was suspended after this viral video appears to show him getting intimate on the job.
All right, well, now it's time for a coffee break. Well, happening now, a police officer in Prince George's County is suspended this morning after a viral video shows him kissing a woman at a park, and then they get into the back of the police cruiser.
All caught on camera. Now we're learning that this is not the first time he's been suspended. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station in D.C. is joining us with those details.
Well, this viral video has left many questions here in Prince George's County. We are in Carson Park, right next to where this police officer was parked on Monday, and you can see how close it is to the playground here. Now, we know that the Prince George's County police officer, Francesco Marlette, an acting sergeant here, has been suspended pending an investigation. The video shows the cop kissing a woman at the park here behind Oxon Hill High School and just feet from the playground. In fact, in the video, you can see and hear children in the foreground while what appears to be a salacious act going on in the background. The man who shot the cell phone video tells us the cop and female spent about a half an hour in the back seat of that police cruiser with heavily tinted windows. We obtained yet a second video, same police officer, we believe, in a police cruiser in a different park. A woman gets in as well, same MO. Here's the man who shot the cell phone video that has millions of views online.
The police officer, he did it broad daylight. He didn't even look up. He didn't care who was watching, who was witnessing. He didn't care if it was kids around. 30 minutes went by, it started getting dark, and that's when she literally just got out the truck and she went up out her way.
This is the second suspension for Officer Marlette, who was previously charged with child abuse in 2016 for allegedly knocking out a 3-year-old child. Those charges were dropped and his record was expunged. We also know that he was suspended just this past May for a month, accused of domestic violence. In Oxon Hill, Maryland, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, John. Our Weather Alert Day coverage continues. Coming up after the break, how hot it will feel today and when rain could bring some much needed relief.
And we're here at Ladue Gardens this morning where Garden Glow is coming up October 21st. There's going to be pumpkins and music there. We're actually getting a taste of the music from the Noah Pierre Band this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are taking you live this morning to the Inner Harbor and Towson as we are on weather alert mode for dangerous heat. This is going to be the 4th day in a row the Baltimore region is going to reach brutally hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits. Stick with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long as we continue to track this heat wave.
Good morning on this hot Wednesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. We heard Justin saying it's already reached 80 here at 8 o'clock this morning.
Yesterday was, it was just so scorchingly hot. It was amazing. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, you had all the names for it, all the different descriptions.
Yeah,
but
blistering, brutal, stifling. That's another good one, right? Anything you can look up in Roget's thesaurus. I think it's back on Megan's desk. We'll have to check that. But meanwhile, let's take a look outside right now. It looks great out there, and our temperatures have climbed a little bit. We actually were a little cooler earlier this morning than we were yesterday, but here's the deal. Today, less of the wind to kind of cut some of that heat, so it's going to get a little bit more humid, more muggy, that stagnant air, and that's why we have the dangerous heat and humidity, and that's why we're weather alert. You can see that logo right there with the weather alert day for the heat. More of the record high temps that will be possible this afternoon. Definitely want to find ways to stay cool. Now, 68 in Columbia, I like that. 75 in Westminster, but yeah, 80 already in Baltimore City, 79 in Annapolis, even still some lower 70s for Cockeysville and Bel Air. Haven't heated up quite yet, but we're all going to heat up. Next hour will be in the 80s, upper 80s by 10, 90s by 11 a.m. and on our way to highs today that are going to be very close to that triple-digit mark. We hit 99 yesterday. We hit 99 on Monday. We're looking for 99 again today. So we're back with another forecast for you in a few minutes. We'll talk about some changes and how we'll finally see some relief as we get into the weekend.
Every single day, we are forced to adjust to living without my daughter.
In a city in crisis, residents are frustrated as the summer of violence continues in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it. This morning we have live team coverage as Fox 45 News is pushing for answers.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will share a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime.
But we begin with Olivia Dance, who is live with a deeper dive into the Brooklyn mass shooting and the demands for justice that some are now making. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, last week the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting that it made mistakes. Now, the assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now former NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides.
We are not satisfied with the city patting themselves on the back, writing their own report. We're saying this must not happen again.
Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why. Her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of two people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting just 2 months ago.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
Just heartbreaking. Now, those calling for a federal probe said they reached out to Maryland's congressional delegation almost 2 weeks ago, but so far have received no response. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
The Baltimore Police Department isn't the only agency facing questions about the shooting.
The mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. 5 incidents said to involve guns on the night of the shooting. They didn't say where the incidents took place or how they related to the shooting. We know 4 teens have been arrested. 2 of the suspects were wearing ankle monitors and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services. Police have not arrested anyone for the deaths of Aaliyah Gonzalez and Kylie Spagbemi.
The Baltimore City Council will hold a second hearing on the mass shooting next week, on this same day that state lawmakers will meet to discuss juvenile crime. The mother of a 14-year-old says her own daughter needs to face consequences for stealing cars.
Kids today is taught that everything's supposed to be given to them, no matter if they break the law or not.
That mother is far from the only one voicing concern. Shannon Lilly joining us with team coverage, continuing now with the calls for change on this. Shannon.
Yeah, we are hearing from parents, police, and prosecutors, Megan, who say that the current juvenile crime laws are teaching kids that there are no consequences, essentially, and they're causing crime to continue and to grow and escalate. In fact, we heard from one mom in particular who is pleading for change. In fact, she says an ankle monitor won't stop her 14-year-old daughter from repeatedly stealing cars, and so she's reiterating the same thing that we've been hearing for months. Take a listen.
But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. And they're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Under the new laws of the state of Maryland, it has become more difficult for police to question young people about anything.
Nothing in the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable. And they're doing whatever they want.
Now, we also spoke with Senator Jill Carter, though, who is one of the architects of the juvenile justice laws. She says police and prosecutors don't understand the laws and are missing what their role is to play.
The belief that laws need to be changed because nothing can be done is part of a false narrative that's been spread. So that's something that I don't know if it's a lack of education on law enforcement or not, but it's something that they need to know that they can avail themselves of.
Now, a criminal justice policy expert we spoke to, though, says accountability measures need to be put in place. And he argues unless parameters change within the juvenile justice system, the number of young people continuing to commit crimes will grow. So he says it's up to lawmakers to change those parameters. And remember, the first step towards possible change is set for next week, when lawmakers are expected to meet for a hearing to go over these juvenile laws in question. We'll continue to follow that closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We only need one tip, and we can save other lives.
Rachel Morin's family turning to a criminal profiler for help. Why they say the suspect on the run could be a serial killer.
And the battle to get term limits on the ballot for 2024 in Harford County is starting to heat up. Topping our next half hour, the debate over how long they should serve.
We're in weather alert today, tracking more of the heat and humidity as we head toward the afternoon. Good news for the weekend, it will be a little cooler. We'll talk about how it impacts your Ravens game and tailgating on Sunday.
Right now, hundreds of officers are working around the clock to find a convicted killer who escaped from a Pennsylvania prison.
Let's get over to Tom Rogers in our live center with the images and the sightings in our coming into the newsroom. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Just about an hour ago, U.S. Marshals say they're trying to stress this man out, a convict, out of hiding. Taking a good look because the Chester County DA sharing this his latest sighting of Danilo Cavalcante, and he was taken just yesterday at Longwood Gardens, not far from the original search perimeter. Just about 5 miles south from the prison, west of Philadelphia, about 20-minute drive from the Maryland line in Cecil County. The gardens are almost 200 acres. It was closed yesterday as police searched through the grounds and will be closed again today. Now, the images, it appears Cavalcante is holding items including a backpack and a hooded sweatshirt. We're also seeing reports he escaped from the Chester County prison last Thursday by climbing on the roof of the jail's exercise room. Authorities have advised residents to keep their doors and cars and windows from their home locked, even if you want to open it up because of the heat, and do not pick up any hitchhikers at all in the area, warning Cavalcante is extremely dangerous. In fact, so dangerous, several school districts in the area announcing they will be closed today as the search efforts continue. FBI, along with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, now involved with this search. There's still a $10,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to his capture. Again, we'll keep you posted right here from the live center, but he was from, in fact, let me show you just how close it is. Chester County Prison right here. You see the Maryland line right here in Rising Sun. He is moving south into Kennett Square area right now. So, of course, any more updates on this search of this convicted killer, we'll keep you updated right here from the live center. Megan?
All right, Tom, thank you. One of the poorest schools in Maryland is outperforming some of the best schools in the state. After the break, a longtime Baltimore resident joins us live to weigh in on whether their method of teaching could work in the city.
A Howard County public school official is stepping down. Still ahead, we break down his departure amid the ongoing bus issues. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It's a great way to build community and just be out in force here.
I think it has made it more humanistic.
An elementary school in Washington County, Maryland, that happens to be one of the poorest in the entire state is rated among Maryland's best schools. And some attribute their success to a program called the Blitz. And it's when teachers visit the homes of their students before the school year actually begins. And now some are wondering if this teaching method could work here in Baltimore City. This morning, we have lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in on this. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning, Miss Megan. How are you?
Good. Just to give people perspective, this is happening at Salem Avenue Elementary. It's in Hagerstown. The principal said he did this to really give teachers an idea of what their students might be going through. Do you think that's an important aspect and something that might be missing here?
Absolutely. You have great leadership, Mr. Thomas Gardner, the principal. Administrators and faculty reach out to the kids. They go into their families. They set high academic expectations, and there are no excuses. Sometimes no running water, sometimes no gas and electric, sometimes no involved parents. Absolutely impoverished, 100% below the poverty line. 35% white, 27% African American, 18% Hispanic. The message that this leader and his team does is reach out to those kids with high expectations, no excuses. And it's a winning attitude, and it's transmitted to the young people.
He's been doing this Blitz program since 2012. And again, just to give people an idea, they get a class list, and they're going house to house to meet the families, to meet the students. Is that feasible? Is that possible to do here in the city when you think about the size?
To some degree, it's necessary. Young people know when adults care about them. When a teacher, when someone in the educational realm knocks on your door, says how you're doing, let you know what the schedule is, let you know what the day is, and say, I'm expecting to see you and I expect you to do well, that raises the expectations of that young person. And again, no excuses.
Do you think there's a way of accountability with that as well? I know where you are, I understand what's happening here, and you're still expected at school.
You've heard it before. Nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. That message is being sent to these young people. These young people are responding, and you can see it academically. What I really loved was at the end of the interview, he says, our kids are the best. How many times can you say that to a young person or to young people? Our kids are the best, until they look in the mirror and say, we are the best. It makes all the difference in the world. They don't have conduct issues, the economics of their home doesn't matter, and the elevated expectations educationally matters.
They start believing in themselves.
They start believing, and education changes lives. Anybody that's anybody is because of that family background, the elevated education, and some teacher that believed in them. It makes all the difference. It should be tried here in Baltimore. Okay. It is applied at our school, The Hope Academy.
All right, Pastor Smith, thanks for weighing in.
Thanks, Miss Megan.
We are weather alert here this morning. You see it on your screen there. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got our forecast and how hot it's feeling now.
Yeah, dangerous heat and humidity is what we're talking about for the afternoon. Already starting to warm up this morning. More record high temps are possible for the afternoon. We definitely want to make sure you find a way to stay cool today with those numbers. We got that heat advisory that starts at noon. Will go all the way until 7 o'clock. Everybody here in orange, not only here along the Chesapeake and down toward the south, but to the north as well. So the entire East Coast really dealing with another day of that heat and humidity. This is our next weather maker, and this is the thing that's going to change up our weather pattern as a strong cold front makes its way. It's in the Midwest right now, but by tomorrow, it'll be on our doorstep, making its way closer to us and potentially bringing us some strong to severe storms, even though that will also help to cool our temperatures. Looking out over our downtown Baltimore Cam Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam right now, 80 is your current temperature at BWI. Some of you still hanging on to some upper 60s and lower 70s, but the dew point at 69 degrees. We're going to keep those dew points into the upper 60s, lower 70s here into that gross category for the muggy meter. So definitely more humid today with less wind. That's why it's going to feel even hotter, and that's why that weather alert continues. Check out the next 12 hours. Those numbers continue to rise. I mean, we're well into the 90s by 11 a.m. and then upper 90s into that 2, 3, 4, 5 o'clock hour. Hottest part of the day will be later into the afternoon after the ground is able to warm up or heat up. 97 your high today in Westminster and Eldersburg. 96 in the Hereford zone. Yes, some triple digits possible for Cockeysville, for Perry Hall and White Marsh. You're going to see it on your car thermometers or your thermometers outside of your house. Upper 90s and lower triple digits possible for Elk Ridge and Laurel down through Odenton, 98 in Severna Park, even mid 90s in Annapolis. It's going to feel hotter than that, though, later this afternoon. Again, that heat index well into the triple digits. Now, if you are heading down the ocean for some rest and relaxation, it's still 87 today, but mid 80s tomorrow and lower 80s on Friday. We will see those slightly cooler conditions heading in. And by next week, this is from the Climate Prediction Center, pretty much all of us will have a pretty good chance of seeing below average temperatures here as we get into the next 6 to 10 days. So that is going to be a good feeling for next week, feeling a little bit more fall-like. All right, so here's our future scan taking you through the afternoon. You'll see the increase in moisture as that trough of low pressure is kind of right there over the top of us. But as that front moves in tomorrow, as I mentioned, we're still going to be hot and humid before this happens. But 3, 4, 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, that's when the strongest storms are going to be with us. And some of those storms kind of hanging around on Friday as well, as that front just kind of stalls out right here. Even into Saturday, still some leftover showers, couple of thunderstorms, even though our temperatures start coming back down. And then as we head into Sunday, which a lot of folks are excited about for the Ravens home opener, probably at least a few leftover showers. Not really seeing much in the way of widespread storm activity, but just know you probably will need at least the poncho or whatever you have for the rain gear heading out to M&T Bank Stadium, even though temps will be in the mid 80s. By next week, we'll be drier and temperatures will start coming back down to average or even below average numbers. A couple more days, though, guys, of having getting into the 90s.
All right, well, pet owners, listen up. Still ahead in our next hour, learn 6 simple things you can do to ensure that your furry friends live a happy and healthy life.
And we're here at Ladue Gardens this morning, where Garden Glow is coming up in October. And this morning, we're getting a preview of the pumpkin carving process. We'll show you how it's done in a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Ladue is carving up some smiles for their upcoming fall activities.
Amy Aronson is live in Moncton. She is sharing how to get the best carved pumpkin this fall. Amy.
Yeah, exactly. For Garden Glow, there's going to be more than 800 pumpkins here at Ladue Gardens. And this morning, we're getting a preview of how it's done. We're joined by JP, who is a pumpkin carving master. You put this together early this morning for us. This looks like a piece of artwork to me. So there's a lot of skill that goes into this. How did you get into pumpkin carving?
Oh, thank you. Well, pumpkin carving, I started out in carpentry doing just fine finish work there. Was noticed by somebody actually who is part of Ladue, and they invited me to come do that many years ago. So I've been carving pumpkins ever since.
That's awesome. You've certainly mastered your skills. You were saying earlier you had one of your favorites last year. What did that involve? What was that carving piece like?
Yeah, so that was a fish I did. That was, again, a high relief, but there was no penetration of the actual pumpkin, so it was just all on the skin. And then you had the light shining through.
Ooh, that's cool. Okay, so talk us through how this is done, because this one has a little bit of both, some carving and then some openings there.
Sure. So
what tools did you use and stuff?
Yeah, so because this is bright out and we're not going to get the glow, I chose to do this in high relief. So my favorite tool for that is kind of a 1/2-inch chisel, and that just allows me to kind of dig in to the skin and kind of get the different contours that you see here.
Okay, cool. So you need more than just the scooper and the carver. You need a chisel too.
Yeah, yeah. And also I would recommend getting a dry erase pen when you start.
Great idea.
Draw it all out, lay it all out, and then get going.
Cool. I'm going to keep these tips in mind for my pumpkin this year.
Excellent.
If you want more information on coming out to Garden Glow and seeing all the beautiful pumpkins here for yourself, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. So 2 tools you need, guys. Who knew? And that's easy to pick up. Just a dry erase marker and a little chisel.
What he did is super impressive. I'm going to stick with the dry erase and just draw mine on. I'm not even going to do the next step.
That's so, wow.
Right.
Impressive. All right, Amy, thank you. Well, we are weather alert this morning due to dangerous heat and humidity. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long the heat wave will last.
A debate over term limits is brewing in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what council members are proposing and how it's similar to what we've seen in other jurisdictions. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. We are weather alert on this Wednesday, September 6th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how hot and how dangerous we're talking about.
Yep, meteorologist Justin Chambers has those answers.
And you heard Megan, Wednesday, September 6th, and we're talking about temperatures that are almost 100 degrees. The hottest temperatures of the year have been realized just in the last couple of days, not in June, July, or August. It looks really pretty out there from our Towson camera, and yeah, it's already a little stickier. If you haven't gone outside yet, you will notice that humidity that's going to hang around. We don't get much of a breeze today, so that's why those heat index values are going to continue to climb. Upper 60s and lower 70s for western Maryland. We're in the mid 70s for Bel Air, already to 77 in Westminster, 80 in Baltimore. If you're heading west toward Frederick, you can see the temperature right about 70 as well. Out for a run or a jog, already warm too. Low to mid and upper 80s, maybe some indoor activities or exercises today. And the next 3 days, our numbers do come down tomorrow after a high of 99 today. We'll be in the mid-90s with those showers and storms. Finally, some cooler temperatures after the storms roll through. And then by Friday, we'll be back into the cooler lower 90s. We're back with your full forecast. We'll take you through that coming up in a few.
I think everybody, myself included, in the family had hoped that somebody would be apprehended by now.
Well, it's been 1 month since Rachel Morin, a mother of 5, was murdered along the Mampaw Trail in Harford County. Now her family is turning to a criminal profiler for help.
Shannon Lilly joining us live to explain how the family hopes this will help in the search for the killer. Shannon?
Well, for the family of Rachel Morin, guys, the search for answers becomes more dire each day. And so they are hoping that a criminal profiler can better describe what the suspects may be like, the likely characteristics, so that you can better identify him. Right now, that expert says it is likely that the killer is a psychopath and a serial killer with ties to this area. Take a listen.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air.
Pat Brown there has 30 years of experience under her belt. She's now penning a list of the perpetrator's presumed characteristics. This at the request of Matthew McMahon, the father of Rachel's oldest child. It also comes after this surveillance video was released of the suspect. You can see here, though, that it only shows his back turned and face covered. So McMahon is hoping a written profile can bring more clarity. That profile is going up on flyers the family is placing around town, so he says be on the lookout.
Carefully examine the profile, read everything. Only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
So as you just heard there, those tips are absolutely crucial. Experts believe, Tom, that this killer will likely commit the crime again.
Shannon, Harford County was very vocal in the beginning of this. Have they, the sheriff's office there in Harford County, released any updates on this case?
We have gotten a new update, Tom. In fact, you'll remember that at the beginning of this case, the Harford County Sheriff's Office said they believed that the suspect committed another crime in California before this incident. Now they say they are looking for leads in Chicago. Now they declined to explain why, but we'll continue to follow this very closely. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. According to police, the suspect pictured on the left side of your screen is about 5'9", 160 pounds, and of Hispanic descent. In terms of finding a DNA match, one law enforcement expert believes detectives will use sites like Ancestry.com to find a potential distant relative of the suspect.
The reward for anyone with information leading to an arrest has recently gone up to $10,000. If you'd like to leave a tip, you can contact Harford County Sheriff's Office, or you can call Metro Crime Stoppers. That number, 866-7-LOCK-UP.
Well, the Harford County Council is introducing a bill aimed to let voters weigh in on term limits with a charter amendment. One councilman is pushing for 8-year limits, while others want 12 years.
Olivia Dance joining us live in studio with a closer look. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Tom, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman is hoping to limit how long county leaders can stay in office and is currently collecting signatures to get term limits on the ballot in 2024. But now Council Vice President Tony Giangiordano and council members Riley and Guthrie are introducing their own competing legislation. According to the bill, no person elected or appointed as a member of the county council shall be eligible for succession in the office of council member after serving in such office for 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. Now, Penman says the proposed legislation, which doesn't directly mention pensions, seems self-serving.
Really kind of what that does is it really opens it up to be invested, be able to get benefits in retirement aspect as a council member. Currently, after 10 years, you become vested. And you're able to receive 1.5% per year that you have in service.
But Councilman Guthrie, who's serving his 13th year, says it's not about pensions. He says he doesn't even really support term limits, but this bill is a compromise.
The bill that several of the members wanted to introduce to counter what's being done to be less than that. It could be confusing, but it does give the citizens a choice, and they can vote against both.
It's reminiscent to what happened here in Baltimore City after voters overwhelmingly supported implementing term limits on Election Day 2022. Under the plan, the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and city council members will now be limited to 2 terms over a 12-year period. In response, Council President Nick Mosby introduced a bill that would allow city leaders to be eligible for a pension after only 8 years of service rather than 12. But Mayor Scott vetoed the bill, saying he couldn't sign it in good conscience. Now over in Harford County, Penman is hoping things will go the same way. The county council set a hearing for October 2nd. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Olivia, now to Howard County, where a spokesperson for the county public schools says Chief Operating Officer Scott Washington, the officer there, is no longer working for the school system amid this ongoing bus issue. The spokesperson did not say why Washington left or the circumstances surrounding his departure. Howard County school officials are facing backlash after 20 bus routes were suspended last week. 11 are still open this week, and parents did not know until 11 o'clock the day before the first day of school. The county says a new out-of-state bus company didn't have enough drivers to cover the routes. Well, 12 of those routes are now back in operation.
More people are hinting for a mayoral run in Baltimore City. Still ahead, who we could see on the ballot in 2024.
Temperatures will possibly reach triple digits today. Just ahead, when we could expect some cooler temperatures, though, and maybe even some rain, possibly. Got to do that dance soon. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:41 is your time right now. Our weather alert day does continue. We're 19 minutes in front of 9 o'clock. Looks nice here as we look out toward Federal Hill, and you can see a very calm Inner Harbor. However, that heat and humidity already starting to build. And Hank the Bird, yeah, he agrees. Going to be in the lower 80s next hour with mid-80s by noontime and mid to 90s by noontime, mid to upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. September, I'm usually saying 70s and 80s, but not today. 99 for our high, upper 70s tonight. We're back to the mid 90s tomorrow, and we are tracking showers and thunderstorms, especially by tomorrow afternoon. So we'll take a closer look at that and the impacts it could have on you. Also looking ahead toward the Ravens game on Sunday and how that weather's shaping up for the first home game.
Well, 8:41, and here's some headlines around the state.
Starting in Baltimore City, Baltimore businessman Bob Wallace announcing that he is forming an exploratory committee and expects to run for mayor. He ran as an independent candidate in the last mayoral election, and he has been an outspoken community leader. In April, Fox 45 News spoke to Wallace ahead of Mayor Scott's State of the City address.
The city is in a crisis. You hear it in the voices of the people. The mayor needs to acknowledge that and let people know I have a plan.
Brandon Scott says he plans to run for re-election. Former Mayor Sheila Dixon has also hinted at a mayoral run, but so far no one else has officially joined the race.
Every single day we are forced to adjust to living without my daughter.
Topping our next half hour, why a mother of one of the victims from the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is saying the city did not do enough to save her daughter.
Fox 45 News is demanding accountability when it comes to the juvenile crime issues in the state of Maryland. Still ahead, what we can expect from state leaders as they are set to meet next week. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local, all morning. .45 and happening right now, Cecil County students, they're heading to class for their second day this school year as the county's focus from its top down is now public safety. Joining us this morning to discuss the crime and education, Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger. Thank you so much for coming in, Executive.
Thanks for having me, Tom.
Classes started, things are going well there, but let's talk about the safety here. Your first priority was lowering taxes in Cecil County. When you took over as executive, you did that. You've property taxes, lowering taxes here, competing with no taxes in Delaware, different taxes in Pennsylvania, and you're right there in between them. What about safety now? Does that hinder having more officers be able to be there when you lower taxes?
No, I mean, listen, everyone is dealing with this issue. It's national, it's of course statewide, of finding who wants to actually be in this field right now, right? It's a tough field to go into, and a lot of officers are actually stepping out of it. But we have definitely supported law enforcement by increasing salaries by $10,000 in addition to their salary increases that were previously negotiated. It's something you just have to continue to do. And so, you know, we also look at public safety as holistically as you can. It's not just law enforcement, you know, it's our paramedics, our 911 dispatchers, and our state's attorney's office, our prosecutors that are going to prosecute those folks who may be coming down that 95 corridor.
That's exactly it. Your county is split by 95 going through, and there are some tough cities that are north of you and also coming down to Baltimore. It's known as the corridor there for transporting a lot of things. How much of an impact does that have on the safety in Cecil County?
I mean, of course, it's got a huge impact. So, you know, we have to do everything we can. We do very well in Cecil. It's a great place to live, and we have a great sheriff, and we have a great state's attorney. I also have funded myself and, of course, our council, who passes our budget. But we funded a specialized drug task force just for that, so that any of those criminals, you know, we're going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
When we go back to the bonuses, though, for, say, police or prosecutors, are you doing anything there to keep them? Because what we hear from a lot of executives is it's almost like they get a raise somewhere else. Police officers will then move to either from Baltimore City to Baltimore County, Cecil County, Harford County, and you're just kind of stealing each other's officers. Is there any way to keep them there, living in Cecil County, any kind of incentives to stay there?
Yeah, so we're doing a lot of things. You know, it's a multifaceted approach. So it's not just bonuses, but it's also salary increases. That $10,000 is a salary increase, yearly salary increase. You know, I inherited these salaries were behind the times. So you're right, we're all competing with the others. We also incentivize them to stay. We have some tax cuts, some tax credits, I'll actually call them, for, you know, if you reside in Cecil County and you're an officer of the law, Cecil County officer, some things like that. And then it's just, again, it's a good place to live. So we do have some folks coming from, and I'm not going to say the other counties, but coming to a work in Cecil County as an officer.
We'll leave it right there. Cecil County Executive Danielle Hornberger, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, we are weather alert, Tom. The world likely just had its hottest summer on record. According to the one of the climate change services, the global average surface temperature for June through August was more than 1 degree above the average from 1991 to 2020. Now, that might not sound like a big increase, but climate experts say a shift like this can actually have an impact on droughts, on ice caps melting, and severe weather patterns that we see all across the world. So let's bring in our expert, our local expert, meteorologist Justin Chambers, here to weigh in on this and what we're feeling out there.
Yeah, it's a dangerous heat and humidity, Megan. We talk about how those heat index value numbers are the ones we really have to pay attention to. Don't get caught up on, okay, we didn't hit 100, so we're all good. We're all going to feel like 100 degrees plus throughout the afternoon today, similar to what we saw yesterday, which is why we're in weather alert for the second day in a row. More record high temperatures are going to be possible. This will be a day you'll want to find ways to stay cool. Heat advisory starts at noon. basically for the entire area. There are a few counties on the eastern shore not necessarily under that heat advisory, but all of us dealing with the heat and humidity. Not only here, but up and down the East Coast, we're seeing that heat dome that is here. This is our next weather maker, tracking showers and storms coming out of the Midwest. Lots of activity right there for Chicago up to the Great Lakes region, even down toward Nashville and Memphis. And as that front pushes its way here, well, you got the heat, you got the humidity out ahead of the cold front. That's what's going to fire off some thunderstorms by the time we head toward tomorrow afternoon. Could even see some strong to severe storms as well, but it will help to cool us down. So that's the positive with all that. Our Towson cam, nice and dry and clear here. It's not feeling dry with our dew point temperatures that will stay well into the 70s for the next couple of days. And notice that heat index value right there. As some of us 105, 108, 109 for a feels like temperature for this afternoon. But as we head toward tomorrow and Friday, those numbers start going down incrementally, but it still is a little something that's better than nothing. All right, so our hot weather safety tips: want to make sure to stay hydrated, loose, lightweight clothing if you are going to be outdoors. Limit your time outdoors. Take breaks in the shade. Make sure to get in that AC if you can. Check in on your neighbors who may not have AC, and make sure to keep those pets and kids out of the cars, or at least get them out when you're getting out yourself. 83 next hour if you want to play some golf today. Let me tell you, the longer you wait, the hotter it will get. 95 by noontime, into the upper 90s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And again, some of us could hit that triple digit mark. Frederick, Laurel, Cockeysville, all pegged at 100 today. 99 in Baltimore, 94 in Annapolis, low to mid 90s for you on the eastern shore. DC, not much cooler, right at 100 there. 97 in Philly, 92 in New York. So again, all up and down the East Coast, we're dealing with the heat and humidity. Good news is next week we have this big blue area, and that is the below average temperatures that we're tracking from the Climate Prediction Center. So we're looking to see those numbers slide into that below average category. And pilots, if you are flying today, overall VFR conditions, visual flight rules, but hot. So you have to check that density altitude before you take off and land. So here's our 7-day forecast. Upper 90s today, mid 90s, a couple of degrees cooler. It's still going to be hot and humid tomorrow before those storms roll in, and then we'll see those numbers eventually go back down. We're tracking mid 80s by game day on Sunday. Still a few leftover showers if you're heading to the game, but then drier next week as the O's come back to Camden Yards.
Nearly a dozen Baltimore City schools will dismiss early again today, or they are off and they are virtual schools. The 11 impacted schools do not have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have AC systems installed in all of their public schools this school year. They say schools will have AC by the end of this school year.
Today, BGE is holding an Energy Savings Day. The savings runs from 2 to 6, and customers who conserve energy will earn a credit towards their next bill. To save, BGE suggests raising your thermostat a few degrees or several. If you're planning to be out of the house, you should also avoid using dishwashers and clothing dryers.
Well, now let's get a check of your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and we are getting reports disabled vehicle right on 83 in Ruxton there, and you can see it is causing some slowdown southbound 83 right on the JFX. You can also see over there in the Parkville-Kearney area on 695's outer loop. That is because of volume. South of the city, there is also another disabled vehicle right on the Key Highway, and that's also causing some slowdowns right when you go through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Some tapping of your brakes there because of that disabled vehicle now getting pulled over to the shoulder. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist in the area of Nottingham, heading toward north on, or heading around 695's outer loop, and you can see beautiful skies here.
Artificial intelligence reshaping our daily lives and even our education system. Still ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, how AI can enhance your kids' school lessons.
And we're here at Ladue Cafe at Ladue Gardens, where they are ready for Garden Glow coming up later in October. Here's just a preview of some of the food you can enjoy when you come out to that event. We'll dive deeper into what's sitting here in just a couple of minutes.
These?
Chili bowl?
Yeah, and a sandwich with dip.
I also saw some coffee.
And I also saw some baked goods, which goes perfect. It's time for a coffee break. Business report, some good news for travelers. You might start to notice cheap flight prices this fall. The Wall Street Journal reports fall airfare discounts are popping up as more people return to work and as students head back to school. This report says that this follows a 2-year period of high-priced flight tickets due to travel demand. Hopper says domestic airline prices for September and October dropped 29% compared to the average prices of the peak of this summer.
While things are looking good in the skies, travelers are experiencing major delays on Amtrak. Amtrak trains traveling between Boston and New Haven, Connecticut were temporarily suspended Tuesday due to downed trees on the tracks. Footage of a train station in Providence, Rhode Island shows riders stranded waiting for service to pick up again. As of last night, Amtrak was reporting train service in the Northeast Corridor to be up to 2 hours late for certain rides. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
I'm a 2-cup of coffee person and some wine every now and then, but that wine and coffee really stains your teeth, so I found something I like. This is a Morin Paris natural teeth whitening system. It doesn't have all of the harsh chemicals, no peroxide. This is activated by quality coconut and charcoal, so it's really easy to use. It's a powder, and I got the orange scent, but there are a lot of scents you can choose from. You wet your toothbrush just a little bit, and then you dip it into the powder and brush. And you're gonna do this for 2 minutes, and over time, it whitens your teeth. We're always taking selfies, and then you look at yourself in the picture and think, oh, my teeth could be whiter. Like I said, I was a former news anchor, and I spent a lot of money over the years on harsh professional teeth whitening systems. I wish I had known about this. Normally, this is $13 for one of these. Right now, you're getting 4 for just about 30 bucks. So it's really worth it to try it. Get one for your kids. You know, you can put them in every bathroom in the house at this price point. Right now, we're offering 30% off the Morin Paris teeth whitening powder. So you want to head over to asadeals.com and check that out. And I am going to keep brushing my teeth because I like white teeth.
We are taking you into the news right now on Good Day Baltimore.
Well, we are weather alert here. Dangerous heat and humidity, more record high temperatures on the way. We'll be talking about when we see a break in this weather pattern.
Every single day, we are forced to adjust to living without my daughter.
The mother of a teen killed during the Brooklyn Day mass shooting is now becoming a voice for justice. The action she is pushing for following the After Action report.
And calls for change within the juvenile justice system. Just ahead, why one mom says the current laws are contributing to her daughter's criminal behavior.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We want to start by taking you live all across the Maryland region here this morning as we are on weather alert. Continuing to endure dangerous heat conditions. In fact, this is the 4th day in a row that the Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures. We could even see triple digits today. Of course, stick with us all morning long and evening as we continue to track this heat wave.
Good morning to you on this Wednesday, September 6th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Kids already at school and feeling the heat.
Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a closer look at how it all times out throughout the day. Hot and hotter?
Exactly. Well, essentially, yeah, right. That's what we're talking about. You got to go back to June of 2020. That's the last time we officially had a reading at BWI of 100 degrees or more. And don't get hung up on that number because all of us will feel like we're well into the hundreds for about the 3rd day in a row and the 4th day in a row of some record high temperatures that will be possible. The record is 98 degrees, so we're looking for a high of 99. You want to definitely find ways to stay cool. Already 85 officially at BWI this hour. We're at 77 in Bel Air, lower 80s in Westminster, already almost 80 in Laurel, and 82 your temp currently in Annapolis. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, you probably already missed your window for any kind of cool air because we'll be at 87 next hour and into the lower 90s by about 11 a.m. We're back with your full forecast. We'll talk about when that rain rolls in tomorrow and how it's going to impact our temps.
I think that's so unfair because it's parents like me who fought and it's asking for help and nobody is doing anything. Stop blaming the parents when things go wrong, when it's clearly a failed system.
Residents are frustrated as the summer of violence continues in Baltimore and juveniles continue to get caught up in it.
This morning, we have live team coverage as Fox 45 News is pushing for answers.
In a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will share a mother's cry for help as her daughter continues to be caught up in juvenile crime.
But we begin with Olivia Dance. She's live with a deeper dive into the Brooklyn Day mass shooting and investigation. Olivia?
Well, Megan and Patrice, last week the city issued a lengthy 173-page assessment of how it handled the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting. The Baltimore Police Department admitting it made mistakes. Now, the assessment found the city failed to properly prepare and protect the hundreds of people attending the block party that night. And now former NAACP President Marvin Doc Cheatham is calling on Maryland's congressional delegation to request a federal probe of the shooting. He says there are too many unanswered questions and still no arrests of those directly responsible for the two homicides.
We are not satisfied with the city patting themselves on the back, writing their own report. We're saying this must not happen again.
Crystal Gonzalez is also calling for a deeper review, insisting that she deserves to know what really happened that night and why her daughter, 18-year-old Aaliyah Gonzalez, was one of two people shot and killed during the Brooklyn Homes mass shooting just 2 months ago.
Let me tell you what happens when you don't protect and serve. My daughter ends up in an urn in my living room. Do you understand me? You showed up to work that day, but you did not work. You failed.
Yeah, just heartbreaking. Now, those calling for a federal probe said they reached out to Maryland's congressional delegation almost 2 weeks ago, but so far have received no response. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
The Baltimore Police Department isn't the only agency facing questions about the shooting. The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement confirms Safe Streets employees mediated 5 incidents and said that they involved guns. All that happened the night of the shooting. They didn't say where the incidents took place or how they related to the shooting. 4 teens have been arrested. 2 of the suspects were wearing ankle monitors and being supervised by the Department of Juvenile Services. Now, police haven't arrested anyone for the deaths of Aaliyah Gonzalez or Khalees Fakbemi.
The Baltimore City Council will hold a second hearing on the mass shooting next week. On the same day, state lawmakers will meet to discuss juvenile crime.
Well, the mother of a 14-year-old says that her own daughter needs to face consequences for stealing cars.
Kids today is taught that everything's supposed to be given to them, no matter if they break the law or not.
Well, that mother is far from the only one voicing concern. Shannon Lilly joins us, continuing our team coverage with the calls for change. Shannon?
Yeah, we are hearing from parents, police, and prosecutors, Patrice, who are all saying that the current juvenile justice laws are not teaching kids consequences. And so we are then in turn seeing crimes escalate. One mom in particular is bringing this topic up. She is pleading for change. She says even an ankle monitor isn't stopping her 14-year-old daughter from repeatedly stealing cars. And so she's reiterating what we've been hearing for the last few months. Take a listen.
But she's been arrested ever since. On home detention, they still won't do nothing. They won't violate her. And they're teenagers. They know what they're doing. They know right from wrong. They need to start locking these kids up. They need to change the laws.
Under the new laws of the state of Maryland, it has become more difficult for police to question young people about anything.
Nothing in the law will allow us to do to hold them accountable, and they're doing whatever they want.
But we also spoke with Senator Jill Carter, who is one of the architects of the juvenile justice laws, and she says police and prosecutors don't understand the laws and are missing what their role is to play.
The belief that laws need to be changed because nothing can be done is part of a false narrative that's been spread. So that's something that I don't know if it's a lack of education on law enforcement or not, but it's something that they need to know that they can avail themselves of.
A criminal justice policy expert, though, that we spoke to says accountability measures need to be put in place. He argues unless parameters change within the juvenile justice system, the number of young people continuing to commit crimes will grow. So he says it's up to lawmakers to change those parameters. And remember, a possible step toward change could happen as early as next week, when lawmakers are expected to meet for a hearing to go over these juvenile laws in question. Of course, we'll continue to follow what comes out of that. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. And that brings us to our question of the day. Who should be held accountable for the juvenile crime crisis in Maryland? Lawmakers, parents, both, or neither? So far, looking at those results, you can see the majority, 93%, saying both. You can weigh in right now at foxbaltimore.com/vote. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on the ground in Ukraine this morning. This was an unannounced visit at a time when there's just been a major shakeup in Ukraine's government. Our Christine Frizzell live on Capitol Hill with the latest. Christine, good morning.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. Yeah, just days ago, President Volodymyr Zelensky fired the Ministry of Defense amid reports of corruption in his agency, though he was not directly linked. Now, this visit came just hours after Russia launched a missile into Kyiv, where Secretary Blinken is currently meeting with President Zelensky and others. Here on Capitol Hill, there has been a shift in sentiment among a growing number of lawmakers who want to know where the billions of dollars we already sent has gone. This amid reports of corruption, miscalculation by the Pentagon, with questions about how long this aid will continue. Now, the White House has insisted, as long as it takes, that this is not just about Ukraine. This is about the future of democracy. Secretary Blinken posted on social media this visit is to discuss Ukraine's ongoing counteroffensive, future assistance, and reconstruction efforts. He's expected to announce a new package while he's there.
Christine, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell also with a meeting today to talk about health concerns. What do you know about this?
So this is a closed-door meeting with fellow GOP senators and comes, of course, after an episode just a few days ago where he appeared to freeze for about 30 seconds after being asked a question at a press conference. It's the second time he's done this in public in a few months. Here on Capitol Hill, there's talk about, what he owes the American people. On one hand, medical information is private. On the other, his office has released a note from his doctor which said it isn't likely McConnell suffered a stroke or a seizure. It also says that it shows no evidence of a movement disorder like Parkinson's disease. While Leader McConnell and others have insisted this is normal following a concussion, which he had a few months ago, more and more here, including some Republicans, are voicing concern about his health and his fitness for office. We have, of course, also heard similar criticism raised about the age and health of President Joe Biden. We expect more debate about this today.
All right, national correspondent Christine Frizzell live from Capitol Hill. Thank you.
From your live center just about 90 minutes ago, U.S. Marshals say they are trying to stress out the convict to get him to come out of hiding. We just lost our feed right here. This was a helicopter. Oh, wait, maybe it's back here out of Philadelphia. And you can see that there are some police around this one bridge waterway right here and a lot of police activity going on just in the south corner of that screen. You see on the bottom right there. This is video from about 20 minutes ago, and there's still no word on if he has been caught. What their U.S. Marshal is saying is that they're trying to keep him from sleeping, keeping him moving with helicopters above, as you see, and then dogs on the ground. They say the area has many places for a 5-foot, 120-pound man to hide. So take a good look at this. Let me pull up his photo for you, too. Exactly. Here's some of the pictures that they're talking about. The last sighting of Danilo Cavalcante. If we could take the smart board real quick so we can show that. You can see the display right here and some of these images and going in a little bit closer to what he looks like. Just yesterday, this was taken from Longwood Gardens, not far from the original search perimeter. Officials say it's his second time showing up on camera, which is a major mistake. This happened just about 5 miles south of the prison where he escaped. That's west of Philadelphia, about 20-minute drive from the Maryland line in Cecil County. The garden spread across about 200 acres. It was closed yesterday as police were searching the grounds. Will be closed again today. Now, in those images, it appears Cavalcante has holding items that he picked up since his escape, including a backpack and a hooded sweatshirt. That's what he looked like when he escaped. Well, here we are also seeing reports that he escaped from the Chester County Prison Thursday by climbing up to the roof of the jail's exercise room. Authorities have advised residents to keep their windows, their doors, and cars locked at all times. Do not pick up any hitchhikers, and they're warning that Cavalcante is extremely dangerous. He was convicted of first-degree murder August 16th in the killing of his former girlfriend in 2021. He was sentenced to life without parole, and according to those U.S. Marshals, he is also wanted in a 2017 homicide case in Brazil, his native country. Well, several school districts in the area announcing they will be closed today as the search efforts continue throughout that area, still looking for this convict. The FBI, along with U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, they're now involved with this search, and there's still a $10,000 reward for anyone with information that leads to his capture. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice.
It has been 1 month since Rachel Morin's murder. In our next half hour, how her family is bringing in outside help in their search for answers.
But first, ChatGPT taking over the workplace and even schools. After the break, an AI expert joins us to share the impact ChatGPT has inside the classroom. But before we head to break, a quick look from our Len Stoller Traffic Network. A live look at 83 southbound on Ruxton Road, where we've been watching a crash with a disabled vehicle there, slowing traffic just a little bit out there. 9:13 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
(9:16) now. Since its release last November, ChatGPT and other AI platforms have infiltrated just about everything, including schools. AI expert Alex Fink is joining us today to talk about the impact of AI on the classroom and if teachers and parents can use it for good. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so let me get your take on it overall. ChatGPT and other AI, ally or adversary or a little of both?
A lot of both, I would say.
So how are we going to see it play out in the education system? And we talk about it a lot in college and maybe high school. Do we even see it playing into younger ages?
I think absolutely. I just heard yesterday of a 12-year-old kid in the Bay Area who isn't just using it, but he's giving people courses on how to use it correctly.
Oh, wow.
So our kids are really good at this stuff. They will learn quickly.
So, okay, I might need to take that class. But how can the kids use it in their education, and how should teachers incorporate it?
Well, there are good ways and bad ways to use it. So a bad way would be you're supposed to read a book and do a book report on it. Instead, you ask ChatGPT to write you a summary. So we need to make sure that they don't do that. But a good way would be you're interested in a topic, you go into an open-ended exploration. You ask it a question, it gives you an answer. You ask it follow-up questions, and it's basically reading Wikipedia, but faster.
So is it a losing battle for teachers if they don't find a way to bring that into the classroom? Is that a missed opportunity?
I think yes, and not only should they bring it into the classroom, but I think that in a sense it would force teachers to swap homework and classwork places, right? Because one of the more efficient ways you can do with ChatGPT is explore a topic by yourself. So you don't actually need a teacher to tell you about the topic, to learn it. On the other hand, because it is so easy to cheat on your homework, maybe homework should happen in the classroom where teachers can actually watch the students.
Oh, so you're raising a whole lot of topics with that right there, but very interesting. So then the other question is, because it's so easy to just go on there and get the answers, how do teachers combat that, and how do they know if that's what's happening?
I don't think there is a way to know, because ChatGPT has been trained on human-generated text, and so the text that it itself produces looks exactly like human-generated text. There's no way to tell. So I think this would necessitate the teachers to actually give homework that takes more than one step to complete.
Okay.
Not just, here's a question, tell me what the answer is, but here's a direction, see if you can go 3 or 4 steps to get there, because that would actually guarantee that the student did not just find something that can answer it in one step.
I like that. That's good. All right, Alex, it's a whole new world. And like you said, we all need classes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, our human-generated weather authority team is tracking a weather alert day here, and it is going to get hot.
And AI can't do anything about that. It's going to suffer right along with the rest of us. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
Uh-oh, he's a robot. Get the real
then
Justin.
we could turn him off, and that has never happened.
You all would like that a lot. Be like, boop, all right, yeah, shut Chambers down, shut him down. All right. No, I'm sentient, don't you worry, I think. I don't know. All right, dangerous heat and humidity, guys. We are talking weather alert day. Again, more of that heat and humidity. We've had record high temperatures Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Wednesday's high, the record is 98 degrees. We're going to be really close to that number, if not over that, possibly even officially hitting 100 for the first time in about 3 years or so, more than 3 years. So got to find ways today to stay cool. If you do have to be outside, just know, limit your time outside and stay hydrated. You don't want to deal with heat stroke or heat exhaustion. It can happen very quickly, and you don't think about it because it's September. But again, that's why the weather alert is in effect, because we have the heat advisory. This starts at noon, goes until 7 o'clock tonight. Pretty much everyone on this side of the Chesapeake, all the way up towards Cecil County, Kent County, Queen Anne's, Talbot, Caroline County, not in the heat advisory, but that doesn't mean that we're all going to be hot and humid up and down the East Coast. You can see this frontal boundary right there. That's the cold front, and that is the next weather maker, already bringing a bunch of thunderstorm activity to the upper Midwest for Chicago and the Great Lakes region, even down south toward Nashville. So as that front moves closer, that's when we are going to see the change in our weather pattern. But we have to get through this one more really hot day. And you're looking out over the Inner Harbor here. Right now, already can kind of see a little bit of that humidity. Those dew point temperatures are going to climb today. Less wind and the breezy conditions will not be with us. So it's going to be more humid, the stagnant air. That's why we have the weather alert in place. This is what it is going to be. This is at 3 o'clock this afternoon. These are feels like temperatures, 100 to 104, possibly even a little hotter than that. That's what our body interprets when you're outside. Now, tomorrow, even by about noon, even though we get some cooler air after the storms come in, this is at noon tomorrow, still going to be dealing with those low triple digits that feels like temperatures before that cold front comes in and drops our temps down into the afternoon and evening time. So good day to hang by the pool or in the pool if you still have that ability. High UV index, 87 next hour, but upper 90s into the 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour. And again, some of us very close to that triple digit mark, if not over 100 degrees in September. Cockeysville and Hunt Valley out through Perry Hall and White Marsh. About 98 in Dundalk for your highs this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties, yeah, you're also going to see upper 90s and close to triple digits for Elk Ridge and Laurel down through Odenton. These numbers continue to be kind of off the charts. It's even hot down the ocean. We're talking about 87 today. Finally, some cooler temperatures for Thursday and Friday. And notice what's happening. Our temperature tracker, after today, they definitely start going down. We're still well above average tomorrow, but then as we get into Friday and Saturday, finally those numbers start coming back down to earth, literally, and seeing some more of those 80s that'll be here for the weekend. Now, if you are heading out to the Ravens game on Sunday, possibly bring that rain gear just in case you encounter some showers. It'll be in the mid-80s. Great tailgating weather. It'll be warm. And then as we get into Monday and Tuesday next week when the O's come back, we're talking about drier conditions and also numbers that'll be closer to average.
All right, Justin, nearly a dozen Baltimore City public schools will be dismissing early again today. The 11 impacted schools do not have working air conditioning. The school system was supposed to have AC systems installed in all schools this school year. They say schools will have AC by the end of the school year. The Orioles are waking up victorious as their push to the playoffs continues. After the break, we're going to take a look at where they play next and a recap of last night.
And we're here at Ladue Cafe at Ladue Gardens, where they are ready for Garden Glow coming up in October. But they've also got a fun selection if you just want to come in any day for lunch. We'll let you know what they're serving up here for fall in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45. Good day.
Glowing gardens and good food. Ladue is putting on a fall showcase you don't want to miss.
Amy Arrington is live in Moncton with all of the garden goodies they offer. Amy?
Yeah, that's right. They are ready for fall here at Ladue Gardens. I've actually never been in the cafe before, but that's where I am right now with Joe and Wendy. I hear all this is made from scratch. So number one, it's got to be good, right?
Correct, absolutely. And we're really kind of going for the pumpkin theme, being fall. And we have a pumpkin white chicken chili here with a jalapeno Parmesan crisp. We have our scratch-made pretzel roll with a fried hot dog and our homemade chili.
That looks awesome.
Yes. And then we have some white pumpkin hot chocolate.
Oh my gosh, everything's pumpkin.
Yes, everything pumpkin. Pumpkin
Yeah.
pie swirl. We're ready for the season. And we're also going to have some chilies, 4 different types of chilies. So we'll have our pumpkin white chicken chili, just a regular meat chili that's mild, a spicy version, and a vegetarian.
Okay.
And you have the option of putting it in a sourdough roll.
Oh my gosh, how do you even pick from all these options here?
Of course, of course. Well, you need to have those. And then we have a pumpkin bisque that's with a chevre grilled cheese.
Okay,
And then we'll
awesome.
also have just like a plain mac and cheese.
Okay, awesome. And Joe, if people can't come out to Garden Glow, you guys are open for lunch if people want to stop in and enjoy some treats and enjoy the gardens, right?
Every day but Wednesday. And you see the pumpkin theme here. This is for Garden Glow.
Okay.
We don't only have pumpkin.
Yeah.
So we have shrimp salad, chicken salad, mac and cheese. We do serve in the cafe, but love to see you all come out.
Okay, awesome. And it's a beautiful backdrop. We're inside. It's kind of like a stable environment here, but outside it's beautiful too, and they do have outdoor seating. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. I need more time to show you guys all around because there's so much to see in here.
There really is.
Oh.
We're enjoying it.
My belly wants it.
Thank you, Amy.
Well, the countdown is on to week 1 for the Ravens. Still ahead, the key player that could help the Ravens make playoffs, maybe even beyond.
We are weather alert this morning due to dangerous heat and humidity. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long this heat wave will last. 9:28, you're watching Fox 45. Good day.
The search for a killer continues 1 month after Rachel Morin was found murdered on a walking trail in Bel Air. Just ahead, who the family is now turning to for help.
A debate over term limits is brewing in Harford County. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what council members are proposing and how it's similar to what we've seen in other jurisdictions.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Fox 45 Morning News is weather alert this morning because of dangerous heat. We're taking a look over our temperature map, and you can see all that orange. That is hot. This is going to be the fourth day in a row that it's hot throughout the Baltimore region. We're reaching extremely high temperatures, possibly even triple-digit temperatures.
Stay with Fox 45 Morning News all morning long and then continuing into the day as our Weather Authority team is tracking this heat wave.
Well, welcome back on this Wednesday morning, 9:32. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers right now with a look at where things are.
Definitely June, July-like feeling out there, not early September, and that heat will continue. The orange on the map was the heat advisory that goes into effect at noon today. So you can see our Towson area, lots of sunshine out there, not much wind, and we won't see much of that wind today, which is why the heat advisory is in effect for the second day in a row. All of the areas there listed in orange under that advisory, and we'll see those 90s creep in by about 11 a.m. upper 90s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. So I hope you already got some of your yard work and gardening done and watering done in the evening time tonight. It's already too late to get the watering going because we're going to be heating up. Upper 90s by this afternoon, mid-90s tomorrow. Friday, we'll see the lower 90s, so temps will eventually start coming down, but we have to deal with thunderstorms on both Thursday and Friday that could be in the strong to severe category. So that's what we'll deal with in the second half of the week. Back with your full forecast in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Extreme heat in Maryland for our fourth day in this record-breaking heat wave. But this heat is not just here in our state.
Now there are reports of the hottest summer on record for the world. Tom Rogers in our live center, and he's got the details. So the world is feeling it. We shouldn't feel special here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, they were talking about Earth's hottest 3-month period. The World Meteorological Organization is claiming that Earth has sweltered through its hottest northern hemisphere this summer has ever measured. And let me show you a little bit more on their graph. This is about what we have. Last month was not only the hottest August scientists ever recorded with modern equipment, it was also the second hottest month measured behind only July of 2023. WMO and the European Climate Service Copernicus announcing this just this morning. August was about 2.7 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than pre-industrial averages. That is the threshold the world is trying not to pass, though scientists are more concerned about rises in temperatures over decades, not merely a blip over a month's time. So we can breathe a little bit easier there. The world's oceans, more than 70% of the Earth's surface, were the hottest ever recorded, nearly 69.8 degrees Fahrenheit, and they have set high temperature marks for 3 consecutive months. The WMO and Copernicus is saying that the dog days of summer are not just barking, they are biting. United Nations Secretary also pointing that out in a statement. Climate is breakdown has begun. So far in 2023, it's the second hottest year on record behind 2016, according to Copernicus. Well, scientists blame ever-warming human-caused climate change for the burning of coal, oil, natural gas, with an extra push from natural El Nino, which is temporary warming parts of the Pacific Ocean right now that changes weather worldwide. Usually an El Nino, which started earlier this year, adds extra heat to global temperatures, but more so in the second year. Copernicus, a division of the European Union space program, has records going back to 1940, but in the UK and the United States, global records go back to the mid-1800s. And those weather and science agencies expected to soon report summer was a record breaker. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
We only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
Turning now, 2 counties under pressure 1 month after 37-year-old Rachel Morin was found dead on a popular walking trail in Bel Air. Her family is turning to a criminal profiler for help. That profiler is now saying that the suspect could be a serial killer. Shannon Lilly is joining us live with more on those details. Shannon.
Yeah, for the family of Rachel Morin, Patrice, the search for answers continues to grow more dire each day. And so they are hoping that this criminal profiler can better describe what this suspect is likely like, some of the suspect's characteristics, so you can better identify him. Right now, that expert is saying it is likely that the killer is a psychopath and a serial killer with ties to this area. Take a listen.
Bel Air is 40 miles north of Baltimore. You don't just roll in there on a bus for no reason. He has to know somebody that he came to stay with in Bel Air.
Pat Brown there has 30 years of experience under her belt, and she is now penning a list of the perpetrator's presumed characteristics. This at the request of Matthew McMahon, the father of Rachel's oldest child. It also comes after this surveillance video was released of the suspect. You can see here, though, that it only shows his back turned and face covered. So McMahon is hoping a written profile here can bring more clarity. That profile is going up on flyers the family is placing around town, so he says be on the lookout.
Carefully examine the profile, read everything. Only need one tip, and we can save other lives, and we can bring justice to Rachel, her family, and her children.
So those tips, they are absolutely crucial. We are also now getting an update from the Harford County Sheriff's Office that they are now looking for leads for the suspect in Chicago. Now, they declined to explain why, but of course, we'll continue to follow this. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. The Harford County Council introducing a bill aimed at letting voters weigh in on term limits with a charter amendment. One councilman is pushing for 8-year limits, while others want 12 years. Olivia Dance joining us live now with a closer look on this. Olivia.
Well, Megan, Harford County Councilman Aaron Penman is hoping to limit how long county leaders can stay in office and is currently collecting signatures to get term limits on the ballot in 2024. But now Council Vice President Tony Giangiordano and council members Riley and Guthrie are introducing their own competing legislation. According to the bill, no person elected or appointed as a member of the county council shall be eligible for succession in the office of council member after serving in such office for 3 consecutive full 4-year terms. Now, Penman says the proposed legislation, which doesn't directly mention pensions, seems self-serving.
Really kind of what that does is it really opens it up to be invested, be able to get benefits in retirement aspect as a council member. Currently, after 10 years, you become vested and you're able to receive 1.5% per year that you have in service.
But Councilman Guthrie, who's serving his 13th year, says it's not about pensions. He says he doesn't even really support term limits, but this bill is a compromise.
The bill that several of the members wanted to introduce to counter what's being done to be less than that. It could be confusing, but it does give the citizens a choice, and they can vote against both.
Now, it's reminiscent to what happened here in Baltimore City after voters overwhelmingly supported implementing term limits on Election Day 2022. Under the plan, the mayor, comptroller, city council president, and city council members will now be limited to 2 terms over a 12-year period. In response, Council President Nick Mosby introduced a bill that would allow city leaders to be eligible for a pension after only 8 years of service rather than 12. But Mayor Scott vetoed the bill, saying he couldn't in good conscience sign it. Now, back in Harford County, Penman is hoping things will go the same way. The county council set a hearing for October 2nd. For now, reporting live in the studio, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Only 25 games remain in the season for the O's, and they're on the brink of history. After the break, what they could accomplish for the first time in over 40 years.
We are weather alert this morning due to dangerously hot temperatures in our region. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking how long the heat will stick around in his full Weather Authority forecast. 9:40, you're watching Fox 45. 9:42, 25 games remain, and the Orioles are on pace to win more than 100 games, 101 to be exact. That would be the Birds' first time reaching the century mark in 43 years. Now, taking you live to L.A., where taking you to some video of L.A., where last night they fought for their win over the Angels, securing their series win. Final score, Baltimore 5, L.A. 4 in extra innings. Now, tonight, the two teams go head-to-head once again. First pitch late at 9:38 p.m.
West Coast games. From the Orioles now to the Ravens. In just 4 days, the Flock will open up the 2023 season at home on Sunday against the Houston Texans. But the major question is, will the starters be ready? They've got some health concerns, and most players didn't see the preseason. And all eyes are on Lamar Jackson right now. We know Jackson is 3-1 in openers, 12 touchdowns to 1 interception. We want to see how you're rocking your purple pride this Sunday and all season long. Just scan the QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. And it's all powered by Stackla. Our Weather Alert Day coverage continues after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how hot it could feel this afternoon, plus when we could finally see rain in our region.
And it is time to give a round of applause, dun-dun-dun, as we welcome a furry friend into our studio this morning. Coming up, why staying ahead of your pet's care can help you avoid unnecessary bills in the future. Look at that face. Cutie. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Paul.
This morning, we are weather alert for dangerous heat across the Maryland region. This will be the 4th day in a row the Baltimore region will reach brutally hot temperatures. We've been warning you, we could even see triple digits, but it's going to feel hot no matter what. Taking you live now to the Inner Harbor, Columbia, Towson. The sun is shining, and you're starting to feel it already.
All right, so let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at the full Weather Authority forecast.
Yeah, we're talking about that feels like temperature. What we had yesterday with a lot of low triple digits out there. We're going to see that again today, if not maybe even a little bit hotter feeling, because that humidity is going to creep up just a little bit. That's why we have our weather alert day. More of those record high temperatures are going to be possible. The record for the day is 98 degrees, and we're looking for a high of 99. So this is a day where you want to find ways to stay cool. I mean, upper 90s for the last 3 days in a row and breaking records. A heat advisory starts at noon today for all of us here in Orange. That heat advisory goes until 7 o'clock tonight. This is our next weather maker. Cold front coming out of the Midwest. That's going to work right across the Mid-South and into the Appalachians by tonight. By tomorrow, that'll be kind of on our doorstep, and that's going to set us up for some potential strong to severe thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon, even though it brings in cooler temperatures behind it. Looking good out over the Inner Harbor right now, but our dew point trend in the 70s. We're going to keep that moisture in play and into the miserable category, those 70s sticking around for dew points for the next couple of days, especially today with that heat index that could be in that 105 to possibly even 110 range. Now, when you look at this map right here, these are the heat index values kind of area wide in those low to mid 100s. That's what it'll feel like for the afternoon. And even tomorrow will be cooler, but we're still looking at heat index values through noon. That'll be in the upper 90s and low 100s. We still have heat and humidity to deal with before that front comes through and starts to cool us down. Also picking up those showers by the afternoon and into the evening time. So if you have the ability to still hang out in or near the pool, make sure to do that today. That UV index in that high category, got to make sure to get that sunblock on. And we're still have 17 days left until autumn. Don't worry, by the time we get to autumn, it will feel more like autumn. It's coming up on a Saturday, September 23rd, the autumnal equinox. But a lot of us in the upper 90s, even some low triple digits. So even if we don't hit the triple digit mark officially at BWI, we're still going to have a lot of other areas that'll record 100 degrees plus, even 100 in D.C. today, 97 in Philly, 94 Harrisburg, heading down the ocean in the upper 80s there at Ocean City. And if you are flying today, pilots, got to check that density altitude. We're talking about visual flight rules, hot conditions, not much in the way of wind. We had a little breeze yesterday that helped, but don't think that's going to be the case for today. So future scan, staying dry this afternoon. Here comes that cold front as we get into early tomorrow morning, moving into the mountains. By tomorrow afternoon, it's going to be right there, moving through the 95 corridor. And out ahead of the front is going to be our best chance to see some of those showers and storms. Some of the models want to keep this a little bit later into Thursday evening and Friday. So it means we may still need a weather alert day tomorrow with the heat and humidity. But by Friday, we'll realize some cooler temperatures. Still unsettled through Friday afternoon with another round of showers and storms. Even Saturday could steal a couple of leftover showers. And by Sunday for the Ravens game, I would just go ahead and kind of plan to at least have to deal with some potential rain showers by Sunday afternoon. We're back to the mid 80s. That's the good news for that Ravens game on Sunday. And then next week, when the O's come back to Camden Yards, we're talking about numbers that stay in the 80s.
Taking action ahead of time to care for your pets can end up saving you pain and unnecessary bills down the road. This morning we have Dr. Kim Hammond and some guests. He, of course, is with Falls Road Animal Hospital. And then we have Brandy here, and we have Brandy's lovely owner as well. We have Beth Scoville joining us to share some of the proactive tips that we can all be taking, us included, as pet owners. Dr. Hammond, thanks for being back.
It's a pleasure. And, you know, so look, right now, veterinary medicine has made some huge changes in such a positive way for preventative care. And you think about it, you know, you make sure that your dogs get all the proper vaccines. You know, let's just say you move from Colorado. In Colorado, they don't really have parasites. They don't have mosquitoes. But you come to Maryland and you have mosquitoes and you have to worry about heartworms and fleas and ticks and things like that.
Regional vaccines.
Right. So you talk to your veterinarian and you discuss based on your lifestyle and your dog's lifestyle. For instance, let's say you have a cat and you live in a 15th floor walk-up and the cat never goes outside. It probably doesn't need a lot of things. Right. But we need to protect these animals against lots of airborne diseases that kill them, and the vaccinations are extremely important. Your core vaccinations and also the local vaccinations.
We're looking at some of the tips right here, spay and neutering, parasite prevention on there as well. My question for you is this. When we go to cancer screening tests that just popped up right here, if you're not going to do chemo for your pet, is it worth it to do some of those tests? Sometimes I think that patients feel taken advantage of when it comes to doing these extra tests.
Okay, so the costs are out of control. Yes. Absolutely out of control. So here's my thought on that. The screening to diagnose it, yes, it's worth it, because it could just be nothing. It could be something that could just be a flea bite or a tick bite or a yellow jacket. The other day, I saw a dog that got hit by yellow jackets, had bumps all over it. It shares the symptom of cancer. Looks like cancer, but it was a yellow jacket. We now have blood tests that can do cancer screening. We also have
Interesting.
AI that you can take a piece of the material and put it on a slide, put it in a microscope,
Whole new
and get
era.
the diagnosis. And it's 1/10 of the cost, and you can get it in 15 minutes.
That's some good advice there.
Yeah, so
Dr.
the
Hammond,
key,
as always.
Yeah, the
Thank
key
you.
is to really prevent disease, not treat disease. So talk to your veterinarian and pay a lot of attention to it.
Thank you.
And spay and neuter your pets.
Beth, thank you as well. And Brandy, what do you say, Brandy? Should we go outside? No, not today. We are on weather alert with dangerous heat conditions. Brandy and I are going to stay inside. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to join us with how long this heat lasts before we can expect that next cool down. That's in that exclusive 10-day forecast. Time now 9:53 on Good Day Baltimore.